So that came up with this.
Just click on, click on, move that over. Let's see. Great, does that. All right, come on.
All right, Dr. Johnson, we're now streaming.
Okay. Then I'll take this opportunity to advise the public that any comments that any of you may have can be emailed to the board before, during, and after the meeting by sending your email to public comment dot,
No,
excuse me, at lsbme.la.gov. That is public comment at lsbme.la.gov. All public comments are recognized and kept, and remind the members and staff to please respect the order of the meeting by using the hand raise function to be recognized to speak. And I have verified the identity of all tele and video conference participants. If you would, Alan, please confirm the meeting is clear and audible to the public and those on the tele and video conference that you have confirmed.
Yes, sir, it is.
So everything is ready to go then?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you so much, Alan. Well, I'd like to take just a few moments here, a moment of personal privilege to thank Governor Edwards and the State Medical Society for allowing me to serve on the board, and of course to thank the board members for my opportunity to serve as your president. I must say that I take up this office and its tasks with buoyancy and hope for the future, and with the highest possible admiration for my two predecessors who have held this office in the most recent past. We surely owe a special debt of gratitude to both Drs. Valentine and Dr. Rod Clark. I would hope that our deliberations would continue to be reflective rather than reactive, and emulate those things worthy of emulation while avoiding those things worthy of avoidance. We must be respectful of this arena of ideas and hope for consensus, but has always been our custom, avoid coercion in order to attempt to attain consensus. We should never confuse vigor of assertion with strength of argument. We can, I believe, all agree upon the value and indeed the necessity of a solid organizational structure. And of course, we must thank Dr. Clark and his team for his efforts in this regard. But also, we should not diminish the importance of the individual initiative, inventiveness, and responsibility inherent upon each member of this board. Each and every one of you were placed here for a reason. None of you should be the least bit shy, possessive, or proprietary about the products of your perception and intelligence. I look to each of you for your ideas and where you deem warranted for your support. And if I may, for just a moment, in all the history of healthcare and its crises in the great state of Louisiana, we here today surely inhabit a solemn hour. I've come to wonder over the last few days and nights, how to best express the gratitude owed to all those who over the last 18 months have given so unselfishly of themselves in the battles with the COVID virus and its variants. Surely no braver action can be asked than to deny that such circumstances are the natural lot of men. I happened upon a quote from the great novel, The Plague, by the French author and Nobel Prize winner, Albert Camus, which I hope may do an attempt at expression. I believe personally that this passage is a primary reason for Camus' Nobel Prize, and it expresses the timeless philosophy of those in healthcare who exhibit the broadest vision and those who contain the bravest hearts, those who have always provided the North Star by which to steer us all safely home to anchor. And if I may quote Albert Camus, I'll try to get through this. Drew knew that the tale he had to tell could not be one of final victory. It could be only the record of what had to be done and what assuredly would have to be done again in the never-ending fight against disease and its relentless onslaughts. Despite their personal afflictions, by all who, while unable to be saints, but refusing to bow down to pestilences, strive their utmost to be healers. Close quote. It has been said since the time of the great Antonine Roman emperors that loyalty is the greatest virtue. Loyalty to the ideas and ideals of the medical profession is a sentiment, not a law.
You think it's acceptable?
It rests upon love, not restraint. On behalf of the Board of Medical Examiners of the state of Louisiana,
Kelly.
I would like to profusely thank our over 33,000 plus licensees, members of the nursing profession, members of the allied health professions, all first responders, and all other frontline colleagues for their loyalty to their profession and their patients, and for their refusal
Yesterday, I have said, of
to
course.
bow before
Because
pestilence
what do we know?
in all its sordid forms.
Your pseudo girl.
And now, as has become our custom, let's take a moment of silence for those we have lost. Again, I would invite any public comments to be mailed to public comment at lsbme.la.gov. Remind again all our staff and board members that your mics will be muted and to use the raise hands function to be recognized. Please state your name before speaking. Also advise you that if you mute your mic yourself, we may be unable for Dr. Collada or Helen to turn it on, so be careful with that. you may notice some changes on the executive session information. Those changes are protect the due process right of the affected practitioners. Additionally, we now must ask that any additions to the executive session agenda be made now or any time before the completion of the public session. We will no longer be able to make additions to the executive agenda after the close of the public session. All public session agenda items need to occur before we begin the executive session. These changes that we just related to you are being made on the advice of the attorneys of the Attorney General's office, which we appreciate that advice very much. Alan or Dr. Collada, are there any public comments so far?
I have not seen any, sir. Alan, have you seen any?
Not at this time.
Is there any motion to add items to the agenda? Please recall this must be a unanimous vote. I don't hear any motions to change the agenda of either Vincent, so that's fine. All right, let's go on to the first item of the agenda is approval of minutes. Once again, I'm asked to make sure that the public understands that they can email any comments on the minutes, public comment at lsbme.la.gov. Do I have a motion to accept the minutes? Rita, do you have anything today? Nothing? Good. Anybody else have any? Dr. Thomas, do you have a change in the minutes?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, well, good. Then can I have a motion and a second to accept the meeting of the minutes as they are
So moved.
published? That is, I'm sorry, that's Dr. Thomas. Rita,
Yes.
did you second that? Dr. Horton seconds it. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, call the roll, Vincent.
On the matter of accepting the minutes, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
yes,
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
I have all in favor, sir. Your vote, minutes are accepted.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments from the public about the minutes from anyone? Alan?
Not at this time, sir.
Very good. Vincent?
No, that I've seen any.
All right, we'll move on then to new business. A follow-up, excuse me, the new business. And thank you so much, Vincent, for doing an in-depth study and sending it out to us on really a history of off-label drug use, period. But also, of course, during the COVID crisis, there have been some questions about that. I understand we've had just a very few things that we've ruled on through the years. So if you would just expound upon that to some degree. I don't know that it requires anything other than what you've sent out, but if anybody has any comments, that's great too.
Yes, sir. Members, I was asked by one of the members with the approval of Dr. Johnson to address the issue of off-label drug use, and that was all I knew about. So I put together a broad bibliography of multiple items. I started with, I wanted you to see that we have made some comments, and these were the only three I could find on our records at this time in an initial search about off-label use. And we talked about the IV use of ketamine for antipsychotic problems as an antipsychotic agent. And when we did that, this was before, as you know, the inhalation version of the racemic isomer. And so now this stands still at this point because there is no legitimate use and it posed great danger for in-office use, whereas the inhalation is not as problematic. We've had an off-label use about the use of compounded hormones, which came about as a result in 2015 by the issue of the American College of OBGYN and the FDA putting out papers that this stuff was not consistent and of equal potency depending upon what portion of the country, which laboratory, which pharmacy did it. So we had put that one out, and then we put out one about in the past, a long time ago, I think it was as a statement of position. And so these are the three that we started out with. And then I addressed the issue of the ethical and proper use of off-label drugs. We looked at some stuff from the FDA for you to read. We put together some issues regarding the issues of the current COVID crisis medications, because I wasn't sure that's where anybody wanted to go. I put together some information from Europe about the off-label use. And then I put together a few papers for you to see that off-label use is very important in pediatrics and in oncology. And I think the key here is if you want us to do anything, I think we should confine it to the proper way to use off-label drugs as opposed to taking a position on any drug per se. But that's certainly for you to discuss, and we'll do whatever you tell us to do and report back at the next meeting if you choose to do anything at all.
Oh, that's great, Vincent. I think y'all done a great job on that. And basically what the AMA had some information on how physicians in the nation should look at off-label use of drugs. I mean, you always worry about those situations, but that's not to say that they're not useful in some cases in some patients. And that's for the doctor to determine but that you have in your information here some things that they need to, as far as consents and that sort of thing, which is very helpful, good common sense situations. What we might do, Vincent, is if anybody has any further questions about the information that you have imparted or that you have provided us, excuse me, maybe they could visit with you. If there's anything extra that any of the board members would like addressed or whatnot, they could contact you during the next month and you could try to provide it to all of us. But really, we really appreciate what you've done. And I think that's been very helpful to everybody. I know I enjoyed looking at some of it as well. So I think that's all we have on that.
Dr. Johnson.
If there's any comments from anybody, Alan?
Dr. Taylor has his hand raised.
Okay, Dr. Taylor?
Yes, sir. And I join in thanking you, thanking Dr. Collada for putting this together. The reason I had actually, I don't know if anyone else did, but I had contacted Dr. Collada with some concerns, not just from what was going on in the media, but for some local physicians who were concerned about the possibility of the board being drawn into license action against people who were prescribing off-label medications. And of course, in this particular case, we're talking about not so much hydroxychloroquine, but ivermectin. It's been that this particular medication has achieved a popularity that I'm not not quite sure I can explain. And my response to those questions that have come to me as a board member have been: we have a mechanism in place for the proper use and governance of off-label medications. You have to have an established relationship. You have to make sure the patient has informed consent. You have to screen the patient for potential side effects, and you must have a way to follow that patient should a problem arise. If you are doing those things, then you should be within the safe harbor that this board provides. And I think that we should be very cognizant of the difference between a doctor-patient relationship with informed consent and wholesale distribution, whether it be online or through, one-off urgent cares or that sort of thing. I think that there's a distinction we can make there, but in the end, the basis of physician autonomy and informed consent, I think the board should continue to do what it has done as far as regulating this particular variant of off-label use. And so I'm appreciative, and I was actually very pleasantly surprised to see that a good bit of what Dr. Collada put up there from the I guess the greater minds of medicine have essentially been more concerned about process than they are about outcome. And I think that's actually something that we as board members should also strive to do. There was only a couple of mentions regarding why you shouldn't prescribe this medication or that medication. And I think most of this recognized the need in certain situations for the physician and the patient to make that decision.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. And thank you for the comments. I think Dr. Collada did a great job on sending us the information that you had, I think, hopefully asked for. And if there's anything else during the next month that you need to get, that's great too, Vincent. But the main thing is that for our licensees and whatnot is the process of how to conduct themselves and the use of off-label drugs, which I'm sure most physicians that have used them through the years have done it, and common sense and your patient relationship and these instances are just key, and just following the processes, best practices laid out by, I think, the AMA and the FDA, and I don't know what other alphabet soup may have also weighed in through the last century on the use of off-label. But any comment, Vincent, before we move on?
No, I think that we tried to put together this issue, as Dr. Taylor said, around process, because I wasn't sure where anybody wanted to go. And we looked at the European and both the AMA guidelines and the FDA guidelines. And I think, as I need you to understand that a lot of this is prompted by the FSMB's public statement that said doctors risk licensure by use of ivermectin. And I think I have received at least one national phone call from media, and the following answer is what I give everybody. The board will entertain any complaint because we are a complaint-driven agency. And if we have a complaint, it will be reviewed in the light of the proper use of any off-label drug. And that's the only public statement that I have made, because it's the only public request for one that we had by phone to a newspaper person out of New York. And at this point in time, I would say that that's all. You can refer any of those to me if you get a question, and I'll be happy to field those media requests for you.
Thank you so much, Vincent. Let's move on
Doc-
now to the
Dr. O'Neill has his-
action items.
Hey,
Dr.
Doc,
O'Neill has his hand raised.
Hey, just real quick, I
Sorry.
want to clarify in your, if memory serves, the reason we had the comment about ketamine is not antipsychotic effect, it's more control of agitation, because EMS
sorry,
were starting.
I
I just wanted to-
I apologize. Control of agitation. Thank you for that correction.
Thanks so
problem.
much. Yes, sir. All right, Vincent, help me pull
The
up
next-
this off of
The
the
support
board
service.
services presentation.
Yes, that would be from Ms. Wilton. She has a presentation in response to our attempts to talk about some way to get therapy and help for people.
Ms. Wilton.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. So after we last talked about this and several of you all met individually offline, we came, it was my understanding that you all came to the conclusion that we weren't prepared to take on a full program ourselves as an agency. So we were looking for alternatives, such as putting resources on our website. And so I looked literally at every state's medical board's website and the website for the DC Medical Board. And I found that 34 states' websites have no reference of any kind to any kind of physician wellness or licensee wellness other than for substance abuse. Pretty much all of them have something for addiction and substance abuse, because that's usually covered under their medical practice acts. One state's website is actually not accessible to the public for anything other than license lookups. So they might have something, but I'm unaware of it. 14 of them have either links to resources on their page, or they actually have programs. And I wanted to just hit a couple of highlights from if we were together, I would show you these. They're sort of screenshots from the web pages themselves, but it was going to be really clunky doing this through Zoom. So I'm just going to talk you through them, and if any of them interest you, I can forward the materials to you. Indiana has a program that looks almost exactly like what we wanted. They run it through their medical society. They do not run it through their board of medical examiners, but it has the confidential referral, the non-disclosure, the only in very rare circumstances that any conditions or problems would ever be referred to the board of medical examiners or other agencies because of severe patient safety concerns or personal concerns, et cetera. But this is very clearly listed on the Board of Medical Examiners website, and all of the information directing a physician who needs assistance for stress, burnout, depression, suicide risk, et cetera, is available to them. Iowa has a physician health program. That when you go to their website, the cover sheet says being a physician can be a mentally, physically, and emotionally taxing job. The Iowa Physician Health Program provides a safe place for physicians to get the health and support they need for mental health conditions, physical health conditions, and then they roll in the substance abuse disorders, et cetera, too. They focus more, they roll in the burnout and the mental health issues into their PHP. We thought about that at one point, and we kind of put that on the side as something we didn't necessarily feel comfortable with as a first line of choice, mainly because they don't really have a very robust staff, and also because we thought we might get some licensee pushback, since they would be, on the one hand, they're an arm of the regulator that, is handling the disciplinary track, or there's stages in the disciplinary track, and we thought there might be some concerns about the whatever screen of confidentiality might be there. So we weren't sure that would be a good avenue, but that's how Iowa does it. Let's see, what state is this? I believe Minnesota has something called the Physician Wellness Collaborative, and they have a really several pages of their website talk about a program called Physicians Serving Physicians, which provides independent confidential counseling and peer support resources for all Minnesota physicians, advanced practice providers, residents, and medical students. And it provides counseling sessions for each unique issue at no cost to them. 8 confidential counseling sessions. They can address stressors such as depression, anxiety, relationship issues, job stress, financial concerns, loss, and grief. Interesting in the sense that we don't have any other information other than what's on the initial website to know how they actually put it into practice. But this is more in line with the some of the things that the hospitals do, some of the things that I've read that the hospitals do, better than I, but that it's actually a true peer-to-peer and completely voluntary and uncompensated on all sides. But that's how Minnesota handles it. Massachusetts has a physician wellness program advertised on their website that does involve stress, including administrative burdens, financial pressures, work-life, family balance issues. They indicate that they do not treat, but may refer for evaluation and treatment. It's available to all Massachusetts physicians, and it is also independent of the Board of Registration in Medicine, and it is also in their case funded by the Medical Society, but it is advertised on their website as a resource to address and treat these types of conditions. Nevada has a similar situation, health professionals assistance programs. New Hampshire has a website page. Get help now, professional burnout or work-related conflict, depression, anxiety, or other mental health resources. So does, let's see, what state is this? Oregon has a really great, Miss Sport, I wanted to tell you to check out Oregon for your complaint investigation research. They have a pretty robust information for licensees under investigation page, and it goes through several pages of what's going to happen and what can I do and what will happen to me and so forth and so on. But they also have a wellness program, and they also have some support services related to that. There's a peer assistance program in in Tennessee. So one of the questions I wanted to ask is, if you wanted me to, I would be more than happy to reach out to some of these states that appear to be actually doing this coordination and find out how they're managing to do it while avoiding some of the concerns that we had, whether they just thought the gain was better than the risk. And if so, I can bring that information back to you. Or if you think that ship has sailed and we don't need to go back and rehash questions we've already answered. I can possibly get with Susie and Alan and show them the types of resources and the types of web pages that I discovered, and see if we can mock up some resource, some web page suggestions for y'all's approval at a future meeting, however y'all would like
Ms.
to.
Wilton,
Yes, sir.
thank you so much. This is what we have been looking for. This is the start. I think once we saw the roadblocks in the last year that were inherent upon us trying to aid and abet our folks that were everything from burnout to stress in families to investigations to trying to get your license done on time to whatever. It's just a lot going on, and we want to be sensitive to that and help our licensees. So from what you're saying is there's a number of folks, states that have been some more proactive than others as far as offering services for support. But there are a number that surely, at least on their website, absolutely acknowledge the fact that part of what we do can be stressful to our licensees. And we're sensitive to our licensees just because they're our licensees having stress involved with the practice of their profession. So my thought, Vincent, and it may be that you could work with Ms. Wilton. Also, it may be, just a thought came to me that risk management, perhaps the AG's office as well could look into some of this. We do not want Ms. Wilton to bring down upon the state or ourselves extra liability, but we absolutely want to do what we can to overcome any sort of potential problem for our licensees because of our function. So
Johnson,
I'd entertain any other ideas, but this is a great start. I believe in not reinventing the wheel. If somebody has got something that would work for us I believe we need to have we need to have risk management and the AG understand what we're trying to do and weigh in on this process. Can you incorporate them, Ms. Wilton?
Yes, I certainly can. The AG won't comment on future risk. And I think we would have the right to do anything we wanted to do. We have the legal right to do it. Risk management would certainly be somebody we would want to float the question by in terms of whether they think it would be a covered activity. And that is a very good idea. I think it would be premature to talk to the AG about it because, as I say, he doesn't comment on future liability. But yes, I think clearly we have a range of options from either talking to some of the boards that appear to actually sponsor these programs, or we can and find out how they have navigated those pathways. That would be worth having that information, if nothing else, even if we decide not to go that route. But if not, if we decide not to do that, we have some very good website examples that I am more than confident that Susie and Alan could put together something that we would be more than proud of, that would provide ample resources and demonstrate our commitment to be as helpful as we can to provide as much information as possible and direct folks who do need those services to best way to obtain them.
I'd accept any other comments from the board or suggestions.
Two hands raised,
Ms.
two hands
Ford is,
raised,
I
Ms.
think
Ford.
has her,
and
hand up first.
then Dr. Thomas.
Okay, let me see. I am unmuted. All right. Ms. Wilton, I just didn't know if you also looked at the Judges and Lawyers Assistance Program. That is a 501c3 of the Louisiana State Bar Association. It might provide some help to us, and it provides assistance to lawyers, judges, law students, employers, and even family members who may be affected by what a licensee or potential licensee may be going through. So I just wanted to throw that out there for your consideration. That's all.
Thank you very much. Dr. Who's next?
Thomas.
Dr.
Dr.
Thomas.
Thomas.
Hi, good morning. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Clark for his leadership in bringing this very important topic to light. And then Dr. Johnson for continuing that. This is something that is very, very much needed, especially now with the current pandemic. I mean, you know, physicians especially, and I don't know, give me about other medical professionals, but physicians are at twice the likelihood of suicide than any other profession. The other thing is that healthcare providers are leaving the medical profession at an alarming rate. And so I think it's critically, crucially important right now to serve our medical professionals. And this is a great start. And I think we should maybe, I agree with Ms. Ford, we should look to other professional societies outside of medicine to see if there are any resources or programs that they already have in place to help us. But if no one else is doing it, that's a problem. And maybe we should be the first. So I think another good aspect would be not just, curtailing this just to complaints, but also to start something new and fresh to prevent. You know, I feel like, in the research that I've done, a lot of medical professionals turn to, self-treatment with alcohol and drugs because they feel like the resources that they need are either unavailable or not easily accessible. And so this is a great opportunity for us to serve our fellow medical professionals. And I applaud our efforts, and let's keep going.
Well, thank you so much, both of y'all. I think those are great ideas, including what the lawyers are doing and the judges are doing. Ms. Wilton, look into that as well for any ideas. Well, then what we'll do is that the research has started. It comes down to whether or not we would like to perhaps get up a website that would not have associated with it the resources provided by us with any liability until we get through that, or would we rather just try to get everything together as to what we're going to do first? What do you think, Vincent?
I think let Ms. Wilton and I look at the issues of the ORM, look at the issues of what they're doing in the bar. It sounds like they tried to isolate it financially from the Bar Association by setting up as a 50C3. We can talk to the LSMS to see if they want to take that 50C3 work up. But at this point in time, we've been sort of all decided what we wanted to do, keep it separate. And now we find out we can't do it, but this is possibly a way to get it done. And I think we keep plugging at it. We keep looking at it. We keep coming back at it. We keep trying to get it done. So I don't think we should stop. I think it's important and we'll keep working at it.
No, because we are making progress.
Yeah, I think we are.
Without a doubt, Ms. Wilton, this is a big step forward this month. And Dr. Thomas is right. This goes back for several years to maybe even Dr. Valentine, Dr. Clark, when we went to the legislature and said, I recognize this as a problem. And so if you would, Ms. Wilton and Dr. Collada, also, of course, involve Dr. Cresswell's division and input on this as far as ideas of prevention of problems with stress, and get back to us next month with more information. Whether or not you'll have enough at that time to pull the trigger on something that we want to do, we'll see. But thank y'all so much for that. We'll move on then to next, which is what, Vincent?
Dr.
This
Johnson.
is the issue of rulings and
Advisory
advisory opinions.
opinions, yeah.
Dr. Johnson? We do have a public comment
Yes, please.
from Mr. Jeff Williams. Said Dr. Johnson has previously mentioned that LSMS is also looking into a wellness program and does not want to duplicate and or water down any efforts of the LSBME. As such, we stand at the ready to work with and or complement your efforts. Sincerely, Jeff.
Oh, fantastic. Would you send an email back to Jeff? I can't tell you how much I appreciate that sentiment. That's
Yep.
exactly what we need to get to the bottom of this problem and hopefully change outcomes for our professionals.
And
lengthen
he hears
their,
you saying this, Dr. Johnson.
pardon?
He hears you say it. He hears you saying this because he's
Oh,
listening
okay,
on the
then you don't
link.
need
So.
to email him. That's a very good thing.
Yeah.
So Vincent,
I got it down.
please get to LSBME,
LSMS.
LSMS with us on this, and also the Louisiana Medical Association may be interested in helping with this as well. If you would contact them and see their interest in being helpful, because it affects us all.
All right.
Okay, let's move on to the
The next item on the agenda is rulings and advisory opinions. And at the last meeting, you instructed us to respond to some people who made requests about the use of the licensing of medical review officers in the insurance arena. Because some people, prior to 2015, we had a law that said they had to be licensed, but that law was changed, and just the agencies themselves, the MROs themselves have to be licensed, but not the physicians in our state have to be licensed. They can be licensed in any state in the union. We put together this response that defines the terms, quotes the law. And the question is, at this point in time, since this seems to be something that is popping up again with alarming concern, do you want to just send it as an individual response to the requester? Or do you want us to rephrase it in such a way that it is an advisory opinion and or a statement of a position, and we post that on our website? And it's up to you all to tell us what to do in that regard.
what do you recommend, Vincent? You've done the work on this. My understanding is that the law has changed. And doctors from other states that are properly licensed can rule on what we're doing in this state vis-a-vis a patient-doctor relationship or request for a procedure or whatever. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the law has changed in Louisiana, and we don't have any choice but to use this as a practice model that we have in place.
Correct.
So what do you recommend?
My advice is put in a statement of position and put it on the website. And that way, anybody who wants to find it can find it, and anybody who asks a question, we can refer them to the statement of position on the website.
Any comments from any board members? Any hands raised?
Not at this time.
No. Okay, Vincent, do you need a vote on a motion on that, or can you do that?
I can do it any way you instruct me to do it. You want to take a voice vote, I'm happy to record it for you.
Let's take a voice vote on that. And what did you say it was going to be, a position?
A statement of position on our website about the MROs and the physicians that do the work of peer review.
So does that need a motion, or does that just need a vote based on your ask?
I think just give me a vote based on my ask.
Okay, call the roll.
All right, Dr. Weather.
Yes.
This is for everybody to turn this into a statement of position on the website. Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford. Ms. Ford, Ms.
She's
Ford, you're muted.
Yes.
muted, right?
Yes.
There you go.
Yes. Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yep.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Vincent.
All right, the next one is a tuberculous skin test. Again, we received a request about who can do a tuberculous skin test. And this one really has to do with the issue of in a situation where a doctor's office has an unlicensed person and that doctor is present to supervise, that can be delegated. However, they can't do the reading. The issue here was more, can an unlicensed person in a clinic/hospital setting do that? And that would be, they would have to have the supervision of the physician to do it. So in this one, I think this is probably worthy of this being addressed as a formal advisory opinion because it clearly gives advice on how to do this and when to do this and when it can be done. And I would like the board to approve us turning that item, the tuberculosis skin test question, into an advisory opinion, and we will post that on the website.
Same as the last, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Any comments from the board? Okay, nothing, Alan, nobody's.
No, sir. No hands
All right.
raised, no public
Then,
comment.
Ray, can does my legal staff think it's okay for us to just vote this up or down?
Be a motion and a second.
She suggests a motion in a second. Rita, can I have a motion from you, please?
Sports seconds.
Board second.
Okay.
I was afraid of that.
All right, on the motion to turn this into a advisory opinion and post it on the website, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson. Dr. Batson,
It's muted.
muted, Dr. Batson.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Batson. Dr. Taylor, Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Rita, may I have a motion on the medical review officers from out of state, please? The previous opinion that we've already voted. on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, to
Advisory committee,
make a motion to form an advisory committee.
no advisory opinion.
No, that's a state-
Advisory opinion.
The other one is a statement of position, and that's for the medical review officer, again, SOP, statement of position.
Right.
Is there a second to that?
Sport a second.
Sports seconded. We have our vote, unless you, and I would advise everybody, you all voted unanimously to do that. Do you want
Yeah,
to-
I'd like it voted again.
Yes, sir, we will vote it.
My
again.
lawyers are keeping, that's
Us
what my
clean.
lawyer's for.
That's right. All right.
She's on board this morning.
All right.
Mary, thank you.
All right, on the motion to turn the issue of the medical review officers into a statement of position, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
and Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
All right,
Let's move on to communication information, Vincent.
all right, so then they have the Act 320 of the legislature has asked us to name somebody to the Domestic Abuse Fatality Review Panel that is a forensic pathologist. I have contacted personally 7 of them. None of them are interested. If you all in the academic world have some people that might want to do it, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to start consulting the people, the various coroners in the state to see if one of their people will do it. But the private forensic pathologists I contacted are not interested in doing it at all. So unless you have any objection to that, that's what I will do to let you know. We don't have anybody to name yet.
Comments? Suggestions?
My hand is raised.
Ms. Ford.
Yeah, this is something that we have needed in this state for years and years. Believe it or not, the only way that Louisiana Association, I'm sorry, the Louisiana Association Against Domestic Abuse can determine how many fatalities were caused by domestic abuse is by going by media reports. And that is certainly not a scientific analysis. So I just implore you, if you know anyone that can help us with this, it's very, very necessary. Since anybody's been counting, we've been in the top 10 in the nation for domestic abuse homicides. And that is not even based on accurate information. So I just really hope that a forensic pathologist will step up and help in this situation.
Dr. Valentine has her hand up.
Dr. Valentine.
Thank you. Dr. Collada, the people you contacted, did they indicate what the hesitation was? Or is there something that they suggested when you spoke with them? It sounds
Only one
strange
was
that
vocal
7
and
of
said, I
them
work
didn't.
too much for the state for free and I'm not doing any more. But the rest of them did not decline to comment. But again, you run into people who are upset about various and sundry things and don't want to participate. And I understand that. And maybe there's some other solutions.
Have you talked to the medical schools?
No, that was
Departments of
in the-
pathology.
That's why I was asking all of you all who are in the medical schools, and we can send out what we can do. If you want to send an email blast to all physicians and ask them, because we don't know, we don't keep track of specialties at this time. Our specialty list is not accurate. We'll just say, if you're a forensic pathologist and you want to volunteer, send us your name and that way.
That's wonderful. Do that, Vincent.
Yeah.
But also, why don't you contact the chancellors of the 4 medical schools?
Okay.
And see who they have on their staff. This may be something that they would encourage participation in.
Okay.
Dr. Thomas has her hand up.
Dr. Thomas.
I'd just like to add to Ms. Fort's comment. I'd just like to remind everyone that the #1 cause of mortality for pregnant women in this state is domestic violence, not preeclampsia, not high blood pressure, not diabetes or smoking or obesity or the other top things we would think, but domestic violence is the #1 cause of mortality for pregnant women in this state.
Dr. Thomas. My goodness. I had no idea.
Yes, sir.
Well, there's not anything more important than
Instead of
women
being,
having babies and for us, and we need to be on top of this. And as far as trying to get this panel installed, will you report back to us
Yes.
next month?
yes. We had a fee waiver request for public records. We usually charge for the process. This particular news media man asked us to do it for free. I told him that I would present it to the board, but in view of the recommendations from the auditors in the past, I think we should not waive the fee. And my recommendation is that we do not waive the fee.
Do you need a vote?
I would appreciate it.
Do you need a motion?
Please.
Mary, do you need a motion on this to deny this request?
Yes.
I make a motion that we deny the request for waiving the fees for public
Second,
records.
second Weather.
Dr. Weather seconds. Vincent, would you call the roll?
On the matter to deny the request for a fee waiver, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes,
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
I'm so sorry. Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Fort,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill, Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
And Dr. O'Neill.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, it's unanimous and will be rejected, yes. The next issue, I would ask to waive at this time 10503 and move directly to the president's report. You want to make any comments, Mr. President?
I've already made, I think, most of my comments. I would just reiterate, Vincent, my experience during the 2 months since I assumed this position of really learning the amount that goes on with the staff of this agency and the collaboration that goes on with Dr. Collada, Dr. Creswell, all the financial people, and all the effort that's gone on during these 2 hurricanes and this epidemic. I just don't know how we could ask any more of any state agency than we have, and I am very, very proud to be associated with this one. Let's go ahead. Any comments?
I just want to recognize the fact that our leadership team met throughout the storm, even though we didn't have a building open, even though we had other issues we'll address in my executive director's report. We managed to keep going. We did licensing. In case you don't know, the governor issued an order at the beginning of the Ida crisis to state that LDH would issue a license for anybody who had a license in any other state or country in an emergency period, thus bypassing the Board of Medical Examiners, which we said, if that's his governor's order, we will do it. However, very shortly, when we got our first request, and I referred it to LDH, and that first request actually was from the city of New Orleans for some people to work in one of their stand-up clinics to issue help during the Katrina recovery, the Ida recovery. And we had to say, go to LDH. And LDH called me and said, what is this about? I said, well, it's Governor's Orders 166, 2021 of JBE. He said, I didn't know anything about it. I said, well, let me send it to you. The director of LDH called me back and said, Dan, that's what it says, but I don't know how to do it. I said, well, just remember that we are LDH and we are happy to help. And so he said, good, will you do it for me? So we set it up and we started working. And I want to thank Ms. Particularly for this in that regard, Ms. Aloma, who answered my phone calls. She was without electricity, couldn't get internet, but she helped me, gave me advice. And of course, I want to comment on one of our licensing analysts who was working from Pennsylvania to help me get these things done. And Matthew Cook was a very big help in getting the operations work of this to get it done. And I thank you. I think we issued all total in that period of time before the office opened about 15 or 16 licenses to help out in the crisis. And we're back to business. We caught up on a lot of stuff that was lost in the closure. But again, those 2 people helped me a great deal. And kudos to my leadership team because they met regularly during the crisis and we kept things rolling the best way we could. So I want to thank all of my team. I think they did a great job. And I think you can be very proud of our employees.
Thank you so much. Alan, just quickly, I had a text from a citizen that said there was no link at 8:28. I think you.
Yeah, it was
after that. Is that correct?
It was shortly after that. Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we made the meeting go live right about 8:35.
Okay, good.
All right, so then, I have my original director's report. I want to comment on a few things that happened during the storm. As you know, we, about 5 months ago, spent a significant sum of money to put in a backup generator. It did turn on like it was supposed to, but it ran for about 17 or 18 hours and then it died. Service came out the next morning on Tuesday, told us it was an electronic control module. They said they had to order one from Wisconsin. It came in on Wednesday evening. Thursday they came. Al was with them to make sure it could be working and functioning. It did not fix the generator. They then discovered after multiple phone calls to the factory that a rocker arm in the valve train assembly of the internal combustion engine broke, and they're in the process of rebuilding it. I have already made it clear through Alan to ask the vendor that we replace the internal combustion engine completely, but they're working on that and we will be dealing with that. I want to say that we did have 2 employees whose homes are uninhabitable. And we are, because it's a very difficult rental market right now in New Orleans, one of our employees is actually commuting from Lake Charles. And so
No
the
way.
leadership team has started a fund internally to help with rental assistance, supplement their ability to get a home place to live in New Orleans. And we would certainly invite any of our board members who are interested. You can contact either Ms. Lakini or myself, and we'll accept some donations for that as well. I do think it's an important thing to try and help out our team during this tough time for them. And again, we are showing you today, item 1010702, which is our proposed licensing dashboard. Now, this is what it's going to look like if this is the information you want to see. This was at the request of our previous president, who wanted to get more metrics on what's going on in licensing. And so we have all of these issues that are addressed on multiple pages. And if you want to change anything before we spend money to draft up the programming and finalize it, I would appreciate y'all's comments either privately or publicly. But this is what's happening. And if you have any concerns, please let me know. And if you want to discuss it now, I'm happy to discuss it with you.
Well, it looks pretty involved, Vincent, which is great. I mean, I think that's what we were hoping to do, is make information available to the licensee so they can see the status of their situation.
No, this is for you to see the overall function of the agency.
Oh, I see what you mean. That's a different
Yeah.
issue of what I'm
Yeah.
also talking about.
What you're talking
This is-
about, individual
Yeah, that's a different
licensee
deal.
portal,
That's right.
that they can find out what's deficient. And that's one of the things that was very helpful during the storm. We could tell people they could go and check that out and finalize that. But again, this is for you all to know what's going on in the 16 classes of licensing and how we're running that agency, so you can decide, oh, Dr. Cloud, we think y'all are taking too long, or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm on that. So what I would recommend, Vincent, that everybody needs to take some time to look at this. Does anybody, Rod, do you have any comment on it? Was one of your initiatives that was very, very, very needed at this moment?
I agree with you, Les. This is actually the first time I saw it was in the agenda. I know we've been working on it for a long time, actually, probably a couple of years, actually. So I agree with you. Let's give a little time to digest it, and maybe I can come back with some better comments after some time. I think we're moving in the right direction. I think the more knowledge we have of what's going on within the agency is important as board members. Not to be micromanaging it, but to have some understanding of all what the different departments are doing in their performance metrics. That's what this was about, and that's the way to take a look at their metrics of every department, not, in the agency, kind of at a glance, and so they could basically present that to us. That's what this is about.
That is just great, and I appreciate all of the, there's a lot of progress on this particular issue in the licensure, and of course, it's in response to our licensees, in particular, some of the complaints, blah, 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 so we can be on time. And I think our folks in licensure want to let us know exactly what they're doing and what they face day to day in order to get a proper licensure attained. So next month, can you give us another report on that? Moving along.
Turn this over now, the meeting, to Ms. Lakini, who will start with our financial reports. Ms. Lakini?
Well, Alan, do you have
Yes,
Oh.
yes. Can you hear?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. Okay, first, what I'll be presenting is our balance sheet. One second. Okay, our balance sheet, and this is as of June 30th, 2021. It shows our current assets, which makes up several of our accounts, our checking account, payroll, Braintree, our CME, PHP, our receivables, the allowance for bad debt and our due from our clinical lab account of $7,175,689. Also, our property and equipment, that number is $7,147,719. And our other assets, which includes the deferred outlays, and this is related to the retirement benefits and our deferred outlays for pensions. And the total assets are $18,147,285. And on our liabilities, we have our accounts payable due to clinical lab, our retirement payable, deferred comp, employee legal, insurance premium, compensated absences, flexible spending liability, and retainage payable, and that's $287,837. And then the next section is our long-term liabilities, which includes our net pension liability, other post-employment benefits, deferred inflows related to our pension, compensated absences, and deferred inflows related to the OPEB. And our total liabilities are $18,951,015. And the next section is our equity section. And the total of our liabilities plus our total fund balance comes to $18,147,285, which also reflects the total assets that we have. The next report is our budget to actual, and this is for the 6 months ending June 30th, 2021. The top section reflects our revenues. Our actual revenues as of June 30th is $4.2 million, and that's compared to our budget. And our expenses come to a total of $3.8 million. And so our actual revenues less our expenses bring us up to a net income amount of $396,601. Okay. And our next report will be our operations report, and it's for the 6 month period ending June 21 and June 20th, and that's and also 2019, and that's for comparative purposes to see where we are for the 6 months for the previous 2 years as compared to the current year. And the same for our expenses of 3.8 million, 3.6 and 3.7, and then our net income where we stand now as opposed to the previous 2 years at the end of the 6 month period is reflected. Our next report is our C-Lab report for clinical lab, and this is our balance sheet for our clinical lab. It's our cash in clinical lab, which includes also Braintree, the payments that we receive for licenses related to clinical lab. And the total assets there is $1,426,903. And the liabilities on that report as of June 30th is $65,016. And the next section is our fund balance. And the total liabilities and fund balance is $1,426,981, which also is the same amount as our total assets for clinical lab. And the next report will be our clinical lab budget versus actual. And again, this is for the 6 months ending June 30th. It shows our revenues collected from January 1 to June 30th was 58,000, and our budget amount is 383. And again, most of these funds are collected towards the end of the year. And our expenses are reflected here is $65,004 as compared to our budget at June 30th. Next section is our travel, and the next section is our more of our contractual obligations. And so our net loss right now for the clinical lab is $64,961.33. But that is definitely attributed to the timing of the revenue because we do have 2 employees that are paid by the clinical lab. So those expenses are throughout the year. But again, their revenues are received towards the end of the year. And our next report would be the clinical lab report, and it's also for the 6-month period ending 2021, 2020, and 2019. Our total revenues as of June 30th, 2021 was $58,195. And you can see compared to the previous 2 years of revenues for the same time period. The next section is our expenses for clinical lab, and that's $123,156. And you look at the previous 2 years, and one thing, it just looked like the payroll just was not, it wasn't being recorded monthly. So that's why the expenses, you see a large expense amount there of $65,000 in payroll, and it was non-reported in 2020 and 2019. And that's just the time. And some, I think the premise there that they try to report it maybe quarterly or either once a year, but we're just trying to make sure we capture the expenses on a monthly basis, because we do have 2 employees that are getting paid out of the account on a monthly basis. And our next report reflects the financial ratios. Again, here, this would be as of June 30th. It shows our debt to equity ratio. And that's, of course, with our long-term obligations. And I also showed it without it, but of course, we do have the long-term debt obligations there. The next is our unrestricted assets, net assets, average monthly expenses. Again, this indicates a number of months. Unrestricted net assets could cover the average monthly expenses. So here we're at 0.21. The next is our unrestricted days of cash. And again, you want to be 30 to 60 days, have that cash on hand to cover those expenses. And next would be our liquidity, and that is at 1.8. And then our total margin, right now that is at 0.09. And lastly, our last report would be just the projects that we're currently working on. And as Dr. Collada already stated, we are accepting donations for those impacted by Hurricane Ida. We have collected thus far $720. A lot of our staff have contributed, so thank you all. And if you all also know of any housing needs, I know that's an issue too. We're trying to just find housing too for the those who have been displaced. And the remainder of the report here is our status summary, and this is our projects that we are currently working on in our department. We're reviewing fees, of course, and that's ongoing, and we're looking at several things. Credit card fees, we did identify another company that we can possibly go to that would help us reduce the cost of fees that we're being charged for credit card charges. The vendor that we currently have do not allow us to pass on the costs, so we're searching out additional vendors that would give us that flexibility. And the one vendor that we are looking at is Fiserv. Also, the drafting of accounting policies and procedures, that's something that we're continually working on. And we're kind of fine-tuning a lot of different aspects in our area, trying to get some things tightened up. The next is costing of expenses for legal fees and ongoing cases. So what we have done in our department is to try to better track the expenses that are being charged to each legal case, because it just really wasn't a good accounting of that. So that way, when we do have to close our cases and send invoices to the physicians for legal costs that we have incurred, we can do that more timely. So now we're making sure that that cost get allocated to each bill as it's received. And that way, at any time, we can always determine what's the cost to the agency for any legal cases. And we're tracking that within our accounting system now, rather than going through emails and spreadsheets. We can track it real time in our system and be able to pull reports. The schedule of quarterly audits, we have identified a CPA firm, and the contract is currently being reviewed by legal. So we can go ahead and get that started, and the annual cost for that will be $12,000. Next is our QuickBooks. We're still on, hopefully can go live in October. I know with the storm, it kind of delayed us a little bit, but we have everything we need into the QuickBooks Enterprise system to go ahead and get started there. And we we need to start the training with the staff in order for them to make sure that they are acclimated to the system, so we can get started. Department of Budgeting, I have started the budgeting process, and definitely try to have the draft ready for our October meeting. I have met with department leaders to get input from each department leader regarding their budgets for their particular departments. And I'll be working on that in order to make sure we have that ready, so a draft budget can be disseminated for our October meeting. Invoicing the board fines and monitoring fees, that's something that we're doing now ongoing, and want to make a way for the physicians to pay these fees electronically rather than mailing in checks. Because definitely throughout hurricanes and things like that, mail gets delayed. And we want to make sure that the checks, that we can get the revenues more timely, the monies for those fees more timely. Payroll, again, that will be our last priority, is making sure that we can transition to our payroll system and try to do it within QuickBooks, but there may be a need where we may decide to keep the one that we currently have. And that is all, and that concludes my reports. I'm not sure if there are any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great job. Very concise and to the point. A lot of information.
It's a lot of information.
A lot of
It is.
information, which is what we've been asked. Watch out what you ask for, huh?
And I know,
That's good.
and I do want to
Ms.
just.
Florida Secretary, any comments?
No, I wanted to just say that I know at the last meeting, we decided that I would try to meet once a month. But with the hurricane and COVID and everything, we have not been able to meet, but I agree with you. This is an excellent report with a lot of information.
And Ms. Ford, I
Dr.
know-
Thomas, previous secretary, any comments on this report?
I'm very happy. And I hope
Right.
other board members are happy as well. I'm very happy, very, very thorough, but yet concise. Agreed. I agree with all the previous comments. Thank you so very much for all of your hard work, especially in light of everything that you and the other staff have been through.
Thank you. And I do want
Dr.
to.
Taylor has his hand up. Dr. Taylor?
I do. Yes, I want to join my other members in thanking you for this concise dashboard, which brings me to my next question, particularly in the area in the red, is from a financial advisor standpoint, what immediate concern is that red bar? And in general, what types of activities or initiatives should the board undertake to mitigate that problem?
I know one thing for certain, I know we talked about the credit card fees a couple of times. That is one thing that we're looking to do immediately. And that's just, we have to fill out the application and get that process moving. I know it's being reviewed right now. And so those are monies that we can really recover, because that's about $120,000 that we're sending now on a monthly basis. And we're now recouping any of those costs from the licensees for credit card payments, just giving them other options to pay as well. Some of our contracts we looked at, there may be well, we won't need those going forward. So as we're going through the budgeting process now, we identify contracts that we will not need going forward. And I think also making sure that we are capitalizing on all the fees that we can charge right now before we see a need to maybe increase fees. We met, and we know there are some fees that we may not be capturing all of the fees that we could possibly be assessing at this time. And some have a range where we can go up to a maximum amount of range. There wouldn't be a need to get a law, another law approved or enacted to collect it. But right now we're not collecting at the maximum amount that we can on some of our fees that we are assessing. So we're looking at a few things right now in the short term that we will be able to handle. And also one last thing, I know we talked about it. We're looking to possibly require a vesting period for our deferred comp, which is definitely a way in which we can attract new staff. but we match a dollar for dollar. But we think we were discussing possibly making a vesting period where an employee has to be here for at least a year before they can take advantage of the plan that we have, and that will save us also. So those are some of the things that we're looking at right now. And definitely we'll be moving to definitely see how we can reduce our expenses and also maximize the revenues. And also the monies that we're getting in from the IMLCC, you'll see that probably in our July financials, we're collecting additional $300 per applicant there as well. So that's additional monies that we are coming in that we have not realized in previous years. Those funds that are coming in through the compact. And that's a new revenue stream that we currently didn't have before.
If I may comment just a moment, in lieu of what Dr. Taylor was asking as well, I believe that we are addressing, Vincent, y'all both answered this together. We're addressing some of the questions that the state auditor had as well.
Yes.
Let me ask this then, and Mary, please chime in on this if I'm out of line here. Is there anything that we could do now on the credit card situation or any of this other with a motion so that you could begin that now? Do you need formal guidance from us on any of those issues that you could get started on?
I would say to you that with regard to the credit card issue, the patient, we would no longer eat the credit charges. They would be additional to the licensee who chooses to pay by credit card. I think that would be somewhat of an issue that the individual board members might get queried on. However, if you want us to implement that, you give us a vote to say to do it. I think Mr. Keeney and I have looked at it, it's going to be between an additional $60,000 to $70,000 in revenue without really incurring any expense to us except changing the contractor. And it does improve our position, as Dr. Taylor pointed out.
Well, so this is something that it could be contentious. We may get, Dr. Taylor may get a few phone calls.
I may get a few phone calls.
You may get a lot of phone calls. Then let's just think about this issue over the month, and let's please bring this back up, because this is best practices and due diligence on our part, trying to make sure that our revenues are secured in a proper way. Nothing is overlooked.
Mr. President, I would also tell you that it is the policy of the state that agencies should pass on credit card fees to the licensees across the state. And so we would be just conforming to state policy when we do this. We have been needing it for
additional information. Dr. Taylor, any other comments from you since you started the discussion, or motions from you?
I move to accept this report.
And what, I mean, would that mean that we start implementing the licensee? What wording does he need, Vincent?
Well, I would feel better if the board has a motion that says we now begin to transfer the credit card fees to the licensees as opposed to eating them by the agency.
Okay.
Absorbing them by the agency.
Jim, are you ready? Have you had enough reflection on that to make that motion? Since that's the
Apparently I have.
Of the report.
Yes, sir. I'm happy to do so.
Sports seconds.
Sports seconds. Any discussion on this from anyone else? Call the roll.
I do, I'm sorry.
Oh, excuse me, Dr. Thomas, sorry.
Yeah, I was getting to her. I'm sorry, Dr. Thomas.
That's okay. I don't know. I hate to, we're going through such difficult financial times right now. And then, Lake Charles, that area just got land blasted last year with 2 hurricanes. And now, this year with Hurricane Ida and then the pandemic, I hate to increase anybody's stress or financial stress. I know it's just a nominal fee, but if it's not going to cause our agency any undue stress, I would like to hold off on passing any additional cost to the licensees until people can get back on their feet a little bit. I don't know what other people think. That's just my personal opinion.
You know, I think our folks are trying to get their email open right now, Dr. Thomas, and some communication, so many of them with the outside world. Perhaps this is not the best month to have that particular email come to them, that change. Why don't we all think about this? I know we have a motion on the table. I would entertain, maybe let's take this subject up again next month with some time to think about it and maybe get on down the road from this moment that we find ourselves in right now. Timing is everything. Sensitivity is not a bad thing, even from a board's perspective. Dr. Taylor, would you consider perhaps making this motion next month after further reflection?
Yes, that's fine.
That may be, I'm told by my parliamentarians that that is not okay. I didn't hear it from Mary. What?
You have to, now the motion is moved and second, you have to have a motion to table.
This,
Dr.
like to
Horton is
make a
making a motion to
motion.
table.
To table the motion.
Till next.
Second,
until next
Valentine.
month's meeting.
Dr. Valentine, did you second or do you have a comment?
I seconded Dr.
You
Horton's
second the
motion.
Tabling of it. Call the roll on that, Vincent.
On the motion to table the issue of credit card fees, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
move to table. Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
move to table. Dr. Horton,
Yes,
move to table. Dr. Batson,
yes,
move to table. Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
move to table. Dr. Clark,
move the table.
Dr. Ms. Ford,
Yes,
move to table. Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
move to table the motion. And Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
table the motion. Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
All right, it will return next month.
I have a disclosure to make. I was elected president of the freshman class of Rayville High School as its parliamentarian. I was the worst parliamentarian ever at Rayville High School, and nothing has changed. So I need all the help I can get. And I appreciate the citizens of the state helping me through all of this. Okay.
Next meeting, next on the agenda, Mr. President, is the meetings for another year. And if you don't mind, we will add the last Monday of September 22, October 22, and no meeting in November and mid-December meeting for 22 on our next meeting agenda, so you can approve all of those.
I'm sorry, tell me the last part again, Vincent.
Okay, right now you have approved what you see on the screen, okay? And all I would like to do is to go ahead and finalize the year next month with the entire year, so it'll be the last Monday of September, October, and we'll have no November meeting, and we'll have a mid-December meeting.
Anybody's comments on that as to any changes that, now, did you make clear to them what dates those will be? You said the last Mondays of September, October, and
no November meeting and a mid-December meeting, so we don't conflict with Christmas holiday.
anything that needs to be attended to or amended on these meeting dates from anyone? Then let's go ahead with it, Vincent,
Okay.
and we will go from there. Next is the regulatory report. Mary.
Thank you, sir. Before I begin the regulatory report, did you want to do a motion and second on accepting the financial report?
That was done. Dr.
Oh.
Taylor made that motion and it was second.
Right, did we have a vote?
Oh, okay, have the vote.
Okay, to accept the financial report. Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
yes,
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes,
Ms. Ford,
yes,
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill. Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
okay, it passes unanimously. Thank you for calling that to our attention, Mary.
Oh, absolutely, sure. So on the regulatory report, as you know, it took a little while, but we got those 8 rules through. And so those have rolled off of the report now. I'm happy to say. And now we have just the IMLC rule as well as the repeal of the marijuana rules. And those are going through the normal process. The next step is going to be submitting a report to the
Mary, could you speak up just a little louder? Some of us are having trouble. It's clear, but it's not quite loud enough. Maybe just a little louder.
Sure. Is this better?
A little better, but you need to really speak up.
Okay. So the two rules that are currently working through the rule promulgation process are the IMLC rule. And the next step on that one is to publish it in the Louisiana Register and also submit the appropriate report to the legislative committee. We have just recently received the OLRC signed order approving it. Likewise, the next rule is the repeal of the marijuana rules. And again, we are going to be preparing a report to the legislative committees and publishing that one in the Louisiana Register next. The proposed rules that we have for today starts on page 204. And the first one is the board asked us to look at the number of times a licensee candidate can take the USMLE and how many attempts they can have in order to succeed. And I believe the USMLE changed the number from 3 to 4, and our number was much higher. I think it was 6. And so the question was, I think the board wanted to change it so that we matched the USMLE rule. Additionally, as you probably all know, the USMLE has changed some of the steps. There's a step 2 had 2 parts, and one of the parts has dropped off. That was the clinical test part. That one has been dropped, and Comlex is also planning to look at changing theirs as well. Likewise, USMLE changed one of their steps to a pass-fail starting in January of 2022. And Comlex is looking to change one of their steps similarly in May of 2022. Hasn't quite done it yet. So if you will look at the exhibit 02.02.01, it's page 205. I've incorporated the changes in a proposed rule that if you approve it, will then go through the rule promulgation process. And you can see in the very first paragraph, it's changing Rule 385. And it says, an applicant applying after January 1st, 2022, which is when USMLE is changing their pass score to pass-fail, a candidate will be deemed to have successfully passed either the USMLE, the Comlex, or the NBME examination if he attains the minimum passing score as assigned by the respective testing entity, or passes each step, level, or part of the examination. And then the second part of that same paragraph simply keeps what had already been in place for any candidate, any applicant prior to December 31st of this year. I looked at our rules on whether we talk about 3 steps or 3 levels of the exams. And while we indicate there are 3 steps, we did not ever break down our rule into the different subparts. And so we don't need to change anything in our rules as a result of the USMLE dropping the clinical skills portion of their test. There's still a step 2, it just doesn't have 2 parts. So our rule can stay in place in terms of that. And then next, you'll see at the bottom, Rule 387 changes to indicate what a passing score is, and then also to state that if an applicant has failed to attain a passing score more than 4 times, then they will not pass that exam and they will have to, they will not be able to get licensed at that point. There will be 4 attempts, basically.
So what you've done, Mary, is make us, our rules in concordance, more in concordance with the USMLE.
That is the effort, yes.
Thank you so much. A lot of
Dr.
work.
Valentine, Dr. Valentine has a hand up.
Dr. Valentine.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Mary. My question is, well, first, the way this read previously was just passing scores and the for A, just what's in the black, an applicant will be deemed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The next thing I just want for consideration is it seems like we have these instances come up where we put a number in our rules and then some way the applicant comes back and they received a passing score because it's like we're chasing a moving target with the USMLE sometimes, you know? And so then we say 4 times, they've taken it because they got some type of exemption for the 5th time or the 6th time. And so I just wanted to put it out there for everyone's consideration, the fact that we'll have outliers if we zero in on it a little too tightly, because I mean, and how many times have we seen where we have it set and then they come and they pass the test? And so we then are forced in Louisiana, where we're looking for qualified licensed physicians, where in order for us to stay in line with the rules that we put in place, we then have to deny someone a license in Louisiana, even though they've ultimately passed the step because for some reason they were given this permission. So I just wanted to put that out there for consideration.
Absolutely the truth. We've seen it happen any number of times. I guess it'll continue to happen. It just falls down as to what's too much, you know, but then again, in real time, if somebody passed the test, if it's the 10th time, what does that mean? How much knowledge do they have? What kind of doctor would they be at that time? Vincent, your thoughts?
I think we should conform with the USMLE, but I do not want to say that it is, the rules should say that we should give the same number, because if the USMLE next month changes it to 20, then we become 20. So I think we conform with what they've done by taking the same number that they're recommending, and just we have to change the rules along the way.
Well, you would recommend a motion to conform with what Mary has done here, with the understanding that there's going to be potential exceptions.
Well, again,
and you're like Dr. Valentine is saying, when we start writing numbers down, they have meanings.
I understand.
And because there's going to be doctors
You have
that
asked that-
pass this thing on the 6th try somewhere in Pennsylvania that somebody, for goodness sakes, in Alexandria needs for neonatal whatever. So I don't know what, you know, how we ever get around that. We're not against individual situations, but I will say this, it's not great to make exceptions. Dr. Thomas, you and Dr. Valentine have both spoken out on this in the past. What do you think?
Dr. Thomas has her hand up.
Excuse me?
Dr. Thomas has her hand up. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Would it be appropriate to just say that we, instead of stating a specific number, that we align ourselves with the recommendations of the USMLE?
With all due respect, Dr. Thomas, it's dangerous to tie ourselves to any other agency because we don't know what they would do in the future, and then it would be a mess. So I think we should conform by adopting their number, and if they change in 2 years to 5, then we change our
Just keep
rules to
changing.
5.
Okay,
I just think it's it's dangerous to put in our rules the work of somebody else.
okay.
Dr. Clark has his hand up.
Dr. Clark has his hand up.
Dr. Johnson, with your permission, may I ask Ms. Payton a question on this issue? First is, Mary, going forward, in other words, the folks that have taken the test 5 or 6 times prior to 2022, they would not fall under this new rule, correct? I mean, it would only be going forward. So if someone came to our board in January of next year and said, well, I took the steps, 6 times, last year, then that would be okay, correct?
Right, so I do believe that
It wouldn't exclude them, is what I'm trying to say.
right, it's a prospective application. We can certainly put in language in there that specifies that it's a prospective application, and that here on out, you have to have passed it within 4 attempts. It's actually an expansion of our previous, I think I had actually stated it in the reverse. It was the USMLE that had 6 and is reducing theirs to 4.
Correct.
We had 3, and we're matching USMLE.
We tried to conform to what they were doing
Right.
because there was this disconnect. And then when we went up, they went down. And now we got to go back down. But then we want to punish folks that conform to the rule this year. And if they came in next year, we would say, oh, no, we just changed our policy. That's my concern.
Right, and what we could put into place is that that this is prospective with regard to USMLE test taking from the time that the rule goes into effect forward, instead of it having the possibility of applying retroactively.
Thank you. I'd be in support of
Dr. Collada has a comment, Rod.
Right. Thank you.
Vincent.
I would say to you that we may always have to make exceptions, but one of the things that is troubling, you'll see later on in the agenda when we get to it, we have people who have no intention of ever practicing in Louisiana. They just have not been able to pass it. And since we have been a state that has, again, more than the USMLE, people write to us, but they never come into practice here. So I think we're going to be faced with those requests, and this decreases those number of requests. By the same token, I think if we conform with the USMLE, we can adjust it whenever they adjust.
Okay, does anybody wish to make a motion as to the installation or the ratification of Mary's rule?
So moved.
Second, Dr. Clark here.
With amendments, however, as
With the amendments discussed.
Thank you.
Do you have the amendment as such, Vincent?
Mary, do you have the amendment?
Yes, so that 387 is adjusted so that it clearly applies prospectively only for USMLE test taking from that point forward.
Okay.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Clark seconded and Dr. Horton made it.
Okay, any discussion, further discussion? Then if you'll call the roll, Vincent.
On the 2 proposed rules, notice of intent, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
It passes unanimously, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. I do have-
Continue, Mary. Anything else?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Under back to page 204, we're proposing a rule to add the qualifications for a pro tem DOI and to provide for the recusal of the DOI and or an independent counsel as may be needed. And That rule can be found on page 206. It basically amends Rule 9920. And it states, any member, director of investigations and or independent counsel who, because of bias or interest, is unable to assure a fair hearing and or administrative proceeding shall be recused from that particular proceeding by a majority vote of the board members present. The reasons for the recusal shall be made part of the record. Should the majority of the board members be recused for a particular proceeding, the governor shall be requested to appoint a sufficient number of pro tem members to obtain a quorum for the proceeding. Should the director of investigations be recused from a particular hearing and or administrative proceeding, the board will contract for or specify a pro tem director of investigations who meets the criteria outlined in revised statute 37:1270A9 to the satisfaction of the board for that particular proceeding. And so the new language is in red and underlined, and all of the black language is what is currently in our Rule 9920. And I
Thank
think,
you, Mary. Any comments, Dr. Creswell? You in concordance with this? Larry?
Yep, sorry, I was just trying to get off mute. 1 second here.
Seems like what we've been doing, really.
Yes, yes, no, I have no problems with the way that's worded. Just focusing on the fact that it states that if the DOI must recuse himself because of bias. I just wanted to just make sure that wording was in there, and it is. So because of bias or interest. The only question that I had, Mary, is there anything that defines what bias or interest is, or is that left up to discretion?
it's not discretionary. There are certain terms that are, I mean, it's the commonly associated use of the words bias and interest. Oftentimes, when words are not defined distinctly legally, the courts will turn literally to the dictionary in the common use of that language. And I would submit that this is likely a situation where you would look at the common use of bias and or interest. You know, I do think that this provides also for us to look at whether there's the potential of that, and for the board to act just in response out of an abundance of caution. So I don't think it's limited to the point where you can only recuse where you absolutely find bias or interest, but is expensive and allows it to, I'm sorry, it allows it to occur if there is the potential for that. And that's the unable to assure a fair hearing language.
Okay, and that's really the only concern that I have and I wanted the board to just kind of weigh in and tell me what your thoughts are, because there's a difference between me recusing myself from a case because I believe there is bias or unable to have a fair hearing or interest, and being recused from a case because someone else believes I should be recused from a case for X, Y, or Z reason. And so I just wanted to have the board kind of weigh in on that, if you could.
If you don't mind, just one more thing I wanted to mention. This is the language that's there is the language that has always been there regarding bias, interest, or unable to assure a fair hearing. This is what has standardly been in the past, the recusal rule. And I think that that is something that we should continue. I do think it's very important to avoid the appearance of impropriety. And in those instances where that's present, for the board to be able to act.
Understand.
Harry, what you're trying to do, and I think we're trying to, on all board members, as well as Larry and anyone else that any potential perception by the public or by anyone of a bias, or an interest. We're trying to avoid that as well. Now, that's a little bit of a, play on words there, because we don't want anybody to absolutely admit or have to admit that they have bias. I mean, as to the word bias itself. Interesting discussion between you and Dr. Creswell, really.
Yes, and what it comes down to for me is the ability to have a person recuse themselves when they feel it's necessary, as opposed to someone telling you, you must recuse yourself.
I think both are possibilities. In other words, I think if you came to the board and requested to be recused from a case because of the potential, that's something that the board would hear, and then the recusal would be voted on. I don't think that that's precluded at all. But I also think this allows the board, if the board feels that they are that there's a potential of unable to assure a fair hearing or administrative proceeding, that the board has the right to act.
I'm sure. Okay, Dr. Valentine.
Several hands raised.
Yes, Dr. Valentine.
Yes, thank you. So I think that there is the consideration for bias, and that was something that's always been there. You determine if you have your own bias, or just to make sure you can make a fair decision. But you also have to consider the fact that there are blind spots as well. And all of us have blind spots, and that's one of those areas. I think last year when we had our one of our trainings, they touched on that Dr. Collada put together. But I think that in the effort to make sure that everyone is protected, and also that someone on the outside looking in, there isn't that question that could then taint the judgment that comes out of that proceeding, that it's something that I would lean more towards recusal than not. And I think that that's something that we would want to do as a practice. Although, Dr. Creswell, to your point, I think it's important for us always to be able to have conversations. If there is any kind of question or disagreement, or just something that should be put on the table, so that there can be a meeting of the minds and make sure that we're making decisions in the best interest of the agency and the public that we're looking to protect. So thank you, Dr. Johnson. I think this is long-standing language. I think that it's good for us to kind of clarify some of the rules that we have in place that have been here for ever. And I think things that we do that can bring some clarity is often helpful. So appreciate the work here.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ford.
My only question is regarding language that is not being changed, not very much. It says the reason for the recusal shall be made part of the record. And I don't know that we've been doing that.
We usually comment that it's with regard to bias or interest. If there had been some other reason, like somebody had served on a medical executive committee or something like that, then we would state that. But up until now, the reasons have really just been for bias or interest or the perception of. And those are the reasons that have been stated.
They've been stated by whom? The person recusing themselves in the particular board meeting?
It's in the recusal resolution that you vote on.
Okay, I'm just talking. So are you saying that this doesn't apply to individual board members who say, I need to be recused from number, 20-168 or something like that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. No, it's not that. It does apply in terms of if there's a question of that. However, I believe in general, we have accepted that the reason that people are recusing themselves is due to bias or interest. When y'all are doing it individually, I'm sorry I didn't make that clarification, but yeah, I think that's been accepted as the reason, yes, without specifying it necessarily each time. But my understanding is that's been the reason.
Mary, is this just about the independent counsel and the DOI? Or does this rule include the board members, as Ms. Ford was asking?
It does include the board members. It's always applied to the board members. And
Always apply.
it has, and if it would make you more comfortable, we can certainly add that to the minutes each time. But I do believe that's been the focus of it has been due to bias or interest.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Thomas, Dr. Thomas.
Yes, this may be a question best answered by Mary. So what is the reasoning? This is the first time I've seen where a board member can be recused by a vote of the other board members. What is the reasoning behind that particular language?
Yeah, actually, that's always been in place. So all of the language in black has always been in place. So the language where I say shall be recused from that particular proceeding, and I added by a majority vote of board members present, that merely documented what has already been taking place, and clarified that it takes a majority vote of the board members to unanimous vote.
So,
But that has always been the case.
But the new part is by a majority vote of the board members present. What was the old part?
There was no old part about that. It ended at particular.
So I guess that's where my question lies is.
Why add that?
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to make sure to establish that it would take a majority vote of the board members present as opposed to a unanimous vote of the board members present, and that the quorum of the board could act on this without having every individual present. That's all. But that really only clarifies what's already been in place.
So before the red part, it previously said unanimous vote?
No, it did not. What I'm saying is that it merely puts it into words what had already been taking place. If I were to have taken anything out, it would be visible with a strikeout through that portion of language. You would be able to see it. I have not taken anything out. I've only added language to 9920. And the language only adds what we have been doing standardly, which is that a recusal happens by majority vote of the board members present.
Thank you, Mary. Ms. White.
Well, so I have a follow-up question. I'm sorry.
Ms. White, then I'll come back to Dr. Thomas. I lost Ms. White somewhere there. She's been patiently waiting.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I would say my comment with regards to this is thus. I would be cautious about putting mandatory language in a rule for recusal. I think that at some point that could become problematic for you all. I don't think that the board has ever had an issue with either the board members recusing themselves from a case where they feel that there might be a perception of bias or a conflict of interest. And I don't believe that that is necessary for either the board or the director of investigations. In the event there is some issue that arises, I believe the board members are perfectly capable of making that decision during the meeting. And when you start to put that type of mandatory language that's so expansive in a rule, you really restrict yourself. My other comment is this. If you have language in a rule, it needs to be clear and explicit. I don't think that I'm not really sure. I know that this is a draft and I know that it's going to be reworked and cleaned up and all of that, but I don't think you want to kind of leave things out there just for some type of, subjectiveness. And with respect to this, there are lots of cases in for recusal of judges. And so that might be something that could lend some guidance on this issue. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Dr. Thomas, your follow-up.
Ms. White answered my concern. So I just wanted to know, like, what is the reasoning behind us putting that specific language in there? And then what are the potential consequences? I've never seen anything like this before where, I don't know, it's just odd to me. And I feel like we've never had a problem with board members recusing themselves. I just wonder, a lot of times we make changes out of necessity. And so why are we creating rules that we don't need?
Excellent discussion. Dr. Taylor.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the work that's being done here, and I know we're trying to reach a goal. But the cynical part of me is very concerned about language that would allow 5 members to recuse 4 other board members.
Yes.
Thank you.
That can't happen.
A follow-up.
Yeah, I was gonna, yes, thank you. Yes, I was gonna follow up with the fact that we haven't had a problem with this before, and what Jim just mentioned as far as, this wording, I think would, the majority present, we may want to just look at this and maybe look at what they do for, in the legal arena, maybe just visit this a little bit more before we vote on it to make sure that we aren't removing rights of people who may not be present. I don't know that we've had this before, that it has had to come to a unanimous vote. So I don't know that that's been a precedent that we've set, but the majority vote being able to, remove someone from a proceeding, I think is something we may want to consider.
Mary, I think you're very close on this. Can't tell you how much we appreciate you going through all these things, as hard as it can be. Everybody's got an idea and a thought and a worry. However, I think there's enough worry and thoughts brought up about this for you to consider, and of course, it's all on tape. You'll be able to consider, and Vincent, we do need to get started on these because it takes a number of months, and this is just a draft. However, I'm with Dr. Thomas on the situation of why do something, and Dr. Valentine, until we maybe have given a little more thought to it. Mary, would you feel okay about working on this, looking at the thoughts that were presented to you today, and see if there's any change that you would like to make in the wording of this rule?
Sure, I can take.
And by the way, just 1 second, I missed Dr. Weather. Dr. Weather, comment.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to briefly say that I'm in accord with the discussion prior to you making your statement.
Very good. So Mary, I think we would just like for you to work on, perhaps with Ms. White, with Ms. Wilton, perhaps even Dr. Creswell, since the DOI is involved with it as well, and anyone else that you would like to get in our legal cadre as far as the wording of this. And let's come back and take a fresh look at it next month. How's that?
I will certainly do that. I would like to point out that 9920 already does exist, so.
Mary, one of the problems, I don't know, your mic is not up enough. I cannot hear you.
Okay. Yes, I will take another look at it. I appreciate all the comments. And I will be happy to also, the next time it's brought to the board, to also provide the board with the current version of the rule as it exists so that it's quite clear what's being added and what already exists and that we use already.
Judge Bagneris has his hand raised.
Dr. Bagneris, excuse me, Judge Bagneris.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to make two comments on this topic. One, when you talk about bias or interest, actually those are the grounds for bias or interest is pretty much outlined in the civil code, and it usually focuses on relationships, either of the parties, spouse or child or cousin or whatever, or a relationship to the interest that's involved. Maybe partners, or maybe a previous kind of contact, business contact, or something of that nature. So there's guidance for actual bias or interest. Where the problem comes up is with the appearance of bias or interest. And that's the thing that we really, that's really not being dealt with. And I would just suggest that when this is redrafted, we take a look at where the troubling spot is, which is the appearance of bias or interest, because I may not think that I have a bias, but to the general public, it may appear that way, and you may need your colleague to indicate, yeah, if you look at this, there really is an appearance of bias. But at any rate, that was my comment.
Judge, thank you so much. And Mary, I think you and Dr. Creswell and the judge have all discussed this. At that very concept, the appearance of bias or prejudice or whatever, if you could, maybe y'all could work on that. I'd be interested in seeing what you come up with next month, and perhaps that could be in the rule itself as well as a proposal, because the word, the bias, but the appearance is every bit as important to us. Perception of our process must be inviolate. And if there's perception of any bias on anybody's part, it throws everything out. Okay, so we're going to do this again next month. And I think it's a good idea to have the exact rule in front of us at that time as well. Okay, does that complete your regulatory report, Mary?
Actually, I believe Dr. Collada had a third rule that he worked on with me, and that involves licensure and certification with regard to retired physicians. And that starts on page 207. I'll let Dr. Collada take over.
Yes, I asked you to do this, Ben,
Yes.
so thank you. I'd overlooked that. Thank you.
Yeah, you all asked me to look into doing this, and basically what we're trying to do is set up a retired status that is different from what we call our reduced fee license. This would allow somebody to treat their family with legend drugs, but not controlled substances. This would allow people to do pro bono work, if you will, not for pecuniary gain, treat clinics and charity clinics and that kind of stuff. For example, during the crisis, work in injection, giving the medications for vaccines or anything else like that, the stand-up centers that they're trying to do for infusion therapy and that kind of stuff. And basically, they have a reduced requirement for CMEs, and and this allows them to continue to practice to treat their grandkids when they come out from out of town and that kind of stuff. So this is what we put together. This sort of mirrors what the dentists do in some ways, and what the Bar Association allows the retired physician attorneys to do. And so I would suggest that you approve this and we can get this going.
Any thoughts on this? This has been a matter of concern by retired physicians for forever.
Yes.
That I've been on the board and before. We've neglected this. Vincent, this is best practices nationally, in your opinion.
Yes, sir.
This is what other states are doing in these
More and more
categories.
More and more, yes.
Do you see any harm to any patients because of this, really?
Well, because they're not going to be treating people in terms, no, I don't.
I mean, they're still gonna be held to the standards for the grandchild.
Right,
I mean, you're gonna have to do good medicine,
Right.
period, right?
right.
But without the CMEs, is that the
It's
difference?
just a reduced CME. It's not, they still have some CME. They don't
Okay.
have, they have half the amount of CMEs, that's all.
Okay, I didn't. Any thoughts on this? Rita?
No, I'd like to make a motion that we approve that.
Oh, okay. We have a motion to approve. Do I have a
Weather second. Weather.
Second, Dr. Weather, do we have a discussion now? Does anyone want to say anything about this? Then we'll call the roll, Vincent.
On the motion to begin the process of adopting the rules for retired physicians as submitted, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes,
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
It's unanimous, sir, it passes.
All right, we're now up to the executive session. I will need a motion. Let me ask this first. Is there anything from any of the public on any of these issues? Any emails, any questions?
No public
None
comment.
that I have seen. Alan, have you seen any?
No, no, sir. No public comment.
Okay, good. Then I'll take a motion to enter executive session at this time.
So moved, Thomas.
Dr. Thomas and Ms. Dr. Horton, seconds, all in favor, call the roll.
Executive session, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Okay, we'll break, we'll take up the, now, Alan, are we in executive session?
I will have to switch us over to executive
Switch
session
us
and I'll,
over.
okay.
I did that, remembered that for you, Vincent.
Okay, James, you could remove the executive session signage. There you go. Thank you, James.
No problem.
All right, Dr. Johnson, we're back in public session.
Thank you so much, Alan, for navigating that. Do you need, first of all, we need a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll move. Horton.
Horton,
Second, Thomas.
Dr. Thomas seconds. Would you please call the roll?
On the motion to accept the minutes, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark, absent. Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine. Dr. Valentine. Dr. Valentine. Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
You
Yes.
have 8 yeas and 2 abstentions.
Passes, thank you. The minutes are accepted. What else do you need a vote on, Vincent?
The matter of the litigation report approval.
Can I have a motion to approve the litigation report?
So moved, O'Neill.
Second,
Second.
Valentine.
Second, Weather.
Call the roll, Vincent. You have those a second
Oh, yes, on the motion to accept the
litigation.
litigation report, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark. Absent. Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
You have
Yes.
9 yeas, 1 abstention on the litigation report acceptance.
Passes, thank you. Next, Vincent.
On item 06.0001, we need a motion to approve.
So move, Weather.
Is there a second?
Sports seconds.
Call the roll, Vincent.
On the matter 06.00.01, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark. Absent. Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
We're gonna take these others in sequence.
Okay, Did you get
You said yes.
I'm sorry, thank you
It
very much.
passes.
All right, it passes with 1 abstention. The next item is the 06.00.02.
Can I have a motion?
I want to make a motion to reinstate with the CMU requirement and the shadowing requirement.
Okay,
Do we have a second?
Second, Weather.
2 seconds.
Call the roll, Vincent.
all right, on the motion, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark. Absent. Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
You have 9 yeas, 1 abstention. Next is the item.
6003.
Yes.
Can I have a motion?
I would make a motion to deny the request.
So move to second.
Weather.
Second.
Call the roll, Vincent.
On the motion 06.0003, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark, abstaining. Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Passes, thank you.
And the next one is 060004.
A motion.
Motion to deny the request.
Have a motion. Can I have a second?
Sport
Second.
second.
Ms. Sport, seconds. Call the roll, Vincent.
On 060004, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Bratson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark. Abstaining, abstention. Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
You have 9 yeas and no nays.
Do we need 5001?
If you want to accept it, yes, you can.
Okay, I'll accept a motion to accept the 5001.
Move to
So
accept.
move Valentine.
Second, Dr. Valentine. Call the roll.
On 050004, accept the report.
001.
001, I'm sorry, accept the report. Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark, Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
I have 9 yeas and no nays.
Thank you. It passes. Alan, are there any emails, comments from the public on any business to this business or any business to this point?
Not at this time, and I got one hand raised with Dr. Valentine.
Dr. Van, do you have anything
No,
coming from the public?
Nothing.
Okay, we have a hand raised.
Dr. Valentine? Yes.
I have my hand raised.
Valentine, sorry.
No worries. I missed the roll call for the minutes approval, and I do approve the minutes. I don't know if you captured my
She didn't answer, so markers are.
Oh, she missed the roll call.
Yeah.
She would like to vote. Yes.
Dr.
Okay,
Johnson
thank
runs
you.
a tight
I'll
ship,
amend that.
so there are no breaks.
All right. I'm sorry, yeah, uh-huh. That's information for me going forward. Oh, sensitive way, Vince.
Point taken.
Okay, now, it is. So Alan, no, there's nothing I haven't done on the public. They've been, there's nothing from them. We're in open session as of now. And we will break for lunch. It's 11:15. We will reconvene at 11:45 in public session, Alan.
All righty. Sounds
All right,
good.
thank y'all so much for putting up with me. Appreciate it.
I'll
Still
mute
have-
everybody's mics, so
Thank
you will
you.
have to unmute when you come back.
So we're still in the live YouTubes then.
Something.
Yes.
Well, I'm very allergic, but I have.
I'm gonna mute everything so we're not hearing about the chat.
And cold
What
rain
can we get from
downstairs.
Vincent?
Back on camera and audio.
Alan, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. That's 11:44. I'll give him another minute.
Just a reminder,
You know-
we're all still in public session and YouTubing.
Yeah, as far as comments are concerned, we're still,
Mary, I don't know if maybe you could move closer to your mic or something, then that might help.
Quorum count, you can do it.
You just sound a little far away.
Okay, Alan, do we have everybody online?
they're starting to come online. I would need them to, report in as they turn their mics on and report in as far as the board members are concerned.
Okay.
Dr. Thomas is here.
Okay, thank you.
Kim Sport is here.
Thank you.
Taylor's here.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Dr. Valentine, Dr. Weather, Dr. Batson.
I'll check it.
Dr. O'Neill.
I'm in an all-day board meeting. Well, no, it's up, I sort of run it, so we're ready to convene after lunch. Can you, okay. I'm hoping to, I sure am. Okay. Okay, good enough.
Okay, Alan, how are you now? Are you?
Hey, Dr. Batson, if you're there, can you acknowledge? Dr. O'Neill, if you're there.
Dr. Batson is not at his desk.
Okay. Dr. Weather. Still a couple are not reported, Dr. Johnson. We'll give them another minute.
It's basically, during the period after the last meeting, that's unscheduled meeting. We've had a lot to AG, just want to go over about that. We already addressed that. But,
Give everybody another minute or so.
Dr. O'Neill, you back yet?
Do you have a quorum, Alan? Can you tell?
Yeah, let me,
Two of us here, Rita and I.
Dr. Batson is not at his desk.
I think we're only at 5 right now.
I think we got O'Neill's here. Sport.
Yeah, Miss Ford and Dr. Weather look like they've actually dropped off. I don't know if they're going to be trying to rejoin here.
Ms.
No,
Ford's
I'm
back
here.
on.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, we're good. And I think we're,
You wanna do a quorum?
Dr. O'Neill's back.
Why don't you do a roll call, Dr. Flott?
Yeah.
All right. We'll do a roll call for reconvene. Dr. Weather? Dr. Weather? Dr. Johnson?
Here.
Dr. Horton?
Here,
Dr. Batson? Dr. Thomas?
Here.
Dr. Clark? Ms. Ford?
Here.
Dr. Valentine?
Here.
Dr. O'Neill? Dr. O'Neill? Dr. Taylor? Dr. Taylor?
Here. Here.
Yes.
What do we need for,
You have 6, you have a quorum.
we have a quorum? Let's see, let's give them, it's 11:51. I've been a little strict on them today, I guess. Let's give them another minute or two. But we do have a quorum.
Yes, we do.
Okay, Alan, we're in open session now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Still no comments from the press? Maybe?
Nope, no
public
comment.
Comment from the public comments? Okay, I'll accept a motion then to go into executive session.
so moved.
Dr. Horton,
Second, Thomas.
second Thomas, call the roll.
Dr. Weather? Dr. Johnson?
Here, yes.
Dr. Horton?
Here,
Yes. Dr. Batson? Dr. Thomas?
Here. Yes.
Dr. Clark? Ms. Ford? Ms. Ford for executive session?
Here.
Okay, that's a yes. Dr. Valentine?
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill? Dr. O'Neill? And Dr. Taylor? Dr. Taylor?
Here. Here.
We have 6 who have voted to go in. You have a quorum that's voted to go into executive session. You may be.
Thank you. If you would commence putting us into that room, Alan, please.
Okay,
Let us know when you've accomplished it.
I'm giving Dr. Weathers rejoining right now. I'm gonna give him 1 second to,
Very good.
so I could add him to the. Okay, here we go. All right, James, take down the banner. Okay, Dr. Johnson, we're back in public session. Dr. Johnson? We're back in public session.
You may have to unmute.
Yeah, he's muted.
Actually, we were all muted. Dr. Johnson, you're on mute.
Dr. Johnson.
That's my fault. I'm sorry, Dr. Johnson. I'm running 3 computers. I apologize.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
In the matter of 70201, can I have a motion on the, for Dr. Criswell to continue with it?
Sports so moves.
Second.
That's and Larry, that was for,
That
a
was,
yes on,
that was for the filing of an
okay.
complaint.
All right.
To begin with the administrative complaint. Yes, let's do the vote again. I think we were muted.
Okay, I apologize. We had a computer changed settings when we came back. It's my fault. I apologize.
Dr. Scott, I'm having a hard time hearing you guys.
So on the motion to approve the 7.0201, which was moved by Dr. Horton, seconded by Dr. Sport. Dr. Johnson.
Yes. Well,
Dr. Weather.
Yes.
Dr. Weather.
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you, Dr. Weather.
Dr. Weather, can you hear us?
I can hear you, but
Dr.
I'm not-
See,
Collada,
mouth moving, Dr. Weather, we don't hear.
I'm not muted, so I'm not sure what.
Yeah, we can hear you
He's-
perfectly, Dr. Weather.
Dr. Collada, you're using
Check
the
your
wrong.
mute button, Dr. Weather. You should be on the safe side.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Weather, you're fine.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Collada's not.
Dr. Weather, will you give us a thumbs up? I can see your picture if you say yes.
Alan, will you tell Dr.
Yeah.
Collada
Yes,
the
okay, we
problem
got
is
Dr.
on
Weather
his
with
end?
yes. Dr.
Doctor.
Horton.
Yes.
Dr. Batson. Dr. Batson.
Jesus. I'm calling.
He is
Collada.
muted.
Dr. Batson, can you unmute?
Dr. Collada.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Batson, we still can't hear you.
You
It's-
need to,
Hold on one second.
Yeah, it's on your end, Dr. Collada.
he's got to go back to that other computer.
Hey, Rita,
Yeah.
Rita, let him use
He's
your,
working on it. Vincent's working on it.
Okay, I'm just gonna let him know that it's his computer. Everybody else can hear.
He's got to use the one that says Dr. Van, not the one that says
Not-
Dr.
It's the,
Okay.
yours actually, technically. It's not mine.
So,
All right, try it again. We're here now.
you can
Okay.
hear now. All
Right.
right.
All right, we're gonna start the roll call over again.
Thank you, Larry.
Okay, and Ms. Fort made the motion and I second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's-
We have a feedback yet still.
yeah, could you do me a favor and ask Rita to turn off her mic? You have 2 mics open in the same room.
We got 5 computers at the desk. I apologize.
Yeah, Dr. Horton's mic is still on.
Yeah, she has to turn hers off if she's still in the room with me.
Mine's off, I think.
All right. I'm calling the roll at the order of the president on 7.0201. Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine. Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor,
I apologize. Would you please clarify what we're voting on?
70201.
And that's to go to administrative complaint?
Yes.
Yes.
you have 9 yeas and 1 abstention.
Okay, Mary and Dr. Creswell, on the matter of formal investigations, we have 1 through 20. Would it be reasonable to vote them as one unless Dr. Creswell, is there any of these that you do not wish to commence after discussion?
No, sir. I think that they're all fine to initiate formal investigation.
Mary, do we need to do them individually? The
No,
votes, or can we do them in unison?
My recollection is that everybody had, that everybody was in, the
Agreement.
discussions were mostly agreeable on these. So if there's a particular agenda item number somebody wants to separate out from a group vote, then please speak up as to the agenda item number. Does that make
Dr.
sense?
Sure.
Okay.
Dr. Johnson, may I make a motion?
Sure.
I would like to make a motion to approve, beginning at 7.4.0, all of the requests to initiate a formal investigation, which take us through 7.4.21.
2-0.
2-0.
2-0. Okay, and then all of the requests for preliminary review through 7.4.24 and the request to extend preliminary review for the months of August and September.
If I may interject, if we could just take just the formal investigation commencing and the preliminary commencing, and then handle the preliminary review extensions separate, since we have both a ratification and a new list.
Ms. Ford, would you?
All right, I was just trying to move this along. Okay.
No, that's fine. You're fine with I think you're fine with your motion down to 704:24. Is that correct?
Yes, with all recusals in place, yes.
Yes.
So can I have a second for a commencement on those actions?
Clark.
Rita, who was that? Dr. Clark,
Clark.
so moved.
Clark, second.
Okay, let's have a roll call then on that for commencement of investigations of formal of items 70401 through 70420 and a preliminary 70421, 22, 23, and 24. Call the roll, Vincent.
Yes, sir. Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine. Dr. Valentine,
She had to
Dr.
step
O'Neill.
away.
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
I apologize. I heard a woman's voice. Was that Dr. Valentine?
No, Dr. Valentine had to step away, so that's why she's not
Okay,
answering.
fine. I'm sorry. I just heard a woman's voice and I wasn't sure. Okay, so we got that. So
Okay, now we have and
you need to ratify, you have to ratify
let's do these separately. So what do we need to ratify?
the order that you signed extending the,
In what month was that?
that was the August month, the August meeting.
Could I have a motion then to ratify the extensions of preliminary reviews, that the list that you have before you for the August meeting?
So moved.
So move, Thomas.
Second, Thomas.
Or
Moved,
second
Horton.
Thomas.
Okay, whatever.
Okay,
All right. Call the roll.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton.
Yes.
Dr. Batson.
yes,
Dr. Thomas.
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes.
Ms. Ford.
Yes.
Dr. Valentine. Dr. O'Neill.
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
There's 9 yeas and 1 abstention.
Okay, now we're going on to September. The ones you have in front of you, can I have a motion to extend preliminary reviews of the list that you have for September?
So moved, O'Neill.
Second Sport.
O'Neill. Sports second, call the roll.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine, Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor, Dr. Taylor,
Yes. Yes.
9 yeas and 1 abstention.
Okay. Consent orders we'll take up next at 7:05 through 7:09. Dr. Creswell, any that you are pulling at this time?
None of the consent orders.
Pardon? If you'll give us the numbers that you are pulling from consideration today.
Okay, I don't think we were pulling any of the consent agreements. They were all the letters of concern.
Okay, good. I'm just checking.
You were doing Babacos and Hill, you were gonna read this.
Whoa, whoa,
Sorry, I apologize.
language.
You're gonna do 01 and 02, we're gonna be full.
So I think we had decided to pull 7.05.02 of the consent orders, and then to pull several of the ones under 07.06, which were letters of
Which were
concern.
letters of
Yeah, those are the letters of concern.
Right, so of the 4 consent orders, Dr. Creswell, 01, 02, 03, 04,
Yes,
all of them are intact as they were.
correct. I would prefer that for the consent agreements, that the board reject ones that they do not agree with. And then I will go back to the licensee and I will discuss it with the licensee stating that the board rejected. I don't want to pull any of the consent agreements from the agenda. The letters of concern are different. That's separate. We'll deal with that next. But for
Right.
7.0,
By the way, 03, of course, is a voluntary surrender, Larry.
correct.
So let's just take up the wishes of the board on 01.
I'm
We'll do
sorry.
these separately.
Yes, yeah, we could do each one of them separate, the wishes of the board.
Yes. What are the
Move
wishes
to-
of the board? Do I have a motion on 01?
Sports so moves, yes.
Second, Horton.
Call the roll.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Taylor,
Dr. Thomas.
Dr. Thomas, Dr. Taylor, either one, Dr. Thomas, okay. Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor. Two
Yes.
abstentions. He's here, okay. Yes, one abstention.
Okay, so Dr. Creswell, you will go forward with the consent order on O1.
Yes, sir.
You're in agreement with that?
Yes, sir.
O2. Do I have a motion? Where do we stand with O2?
Taylor, move to deny.
Is there a second?
I'll second Sport.
Sports second. Call the roll. Dr. Weather, denying 7.0502.
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
yes,
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine, Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
9 yeas, one abstention.
And for clarification, can the board tell me with Dr. Werner what the concern was exactly so I can
No,
go back to them?
no, just O2.
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 Yes, I'm sorry, just
Dr.
on
Creswell.
O2.
We're in public
You'll
session.
have to do
Yes, I
this.
apologize.
And no names.
Remember, public session.
Yes, 7.05.02, what the concern was, or can you have to tell me in executive?
Yes, we would have to tell you exactly.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, we'll get back to you on that. This will be something you'll have to bring back to us. Is that correct?
Yes, it's something I'll have to
I'm
bring
not-
back to you.
Yes, we'll have to. Okay. 7:05:03. Can I have a motion for that? What are the wishes of the board?
I would move to approve.
Can I have a second?
Thomas?
Thomas, call the roll, Vincent.
7.0503 approved. Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes,
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine, Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
9 yeas, one abstention.
Very good. 7:05, in the matter of 7:05:04. What are the wishes of the board for Dr. Creswell?
Move to approve. Sport.
second, Horton,
On the motion to approve 7.0504, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
yes,
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine, Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor, Dr. Taylor,
Yes. Yes.
9 yeas and one abstention.
Okay, we're moving on now. So that finishes the consent orders for you, Larry.
Yes, sir,
Other than we'll have one that you'll have to work with some more.
correct.
We're moving on now to letters of concern. 7.06. The first one would be 7:06:01. Or let me ask this first, Larry. Are
Yes,
there any of these that you would like to pull for further elucidation or for further work prior to a formal vote?
yes, so I'm going to pull 7.6.1.2.3. .5, .6, .8, and .9. So the, I believe .7 and .4 are the only ones that are not.
That you're ready for to present.
Yes, I said, yeah, I said I'm sorry, I'm pulling 7 also. So it looks like .4 might be the only one.
All right, in the matter of 70604, a letter of concern. Can I have a motion as to the wishes of the board for Dr. Creswell?
Move to approve. that
Motion to
letter of concern.
Accept.
Second, Thomas.
Second.
On the motion to approve 7.0604.
04.
7.0604, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Dr. Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine, Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
9
Thank you.
yeas and 1 nay. I'm sorry, I should say.
Thank you very much, Larry. Dr. Creswell, I'm sorry, I'm not as formal as maybe I should be. Look through 1 through 9 once again to make sure there are no others that we can act upon today. I think you're correct, but just take a moment and everyone look at that. You're satisfied with just 04, Larry?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. Then moving on to closed cases. Now, that's 7071 through 28. Larry, take your time and look at these and see if you're going to pull any of those for further elucidation and study and work prior to presenting them to us.
Well, I believe we're pretty secure on all of these, and the board did not have any questions when presented. So I'm comfortable moving forward with these.
Very
If I may
good.
just interject, the motion should be with the recusals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are a number of recusals on these closed cases.
We've
Okay,
noted
I
them,
have
sir.
a-
You
We've
have
noted them.
those?
Yes,
You
sir.
have
You
them?
have those in?
Yes,
If we do, so what, I need a motion then for Larry to proceed with the closed cases.
So moved,
With
Thomas.
the, noting the recusals that Dr. Collada has in hand. Can I have a motion?
So moved, Thomas.
Second
Thomas,
sport.
second
sport.
sport. Call the roll.
On the motion, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine, Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, we will need so Larry, you will proceed with those. I'll need a motion to accept the malpractice report and the closed case report.
Oh, so moved, O'Neill.
Second, Thomas.
Who made the motion?
O'Neill.
O'Neill and then Thomas.
Okay.
All right, on the matter of the acceptance of the report on the malpractice and closed cases, if you will call the roll.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes,
Dr. Valentine, Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
you have 9 yeas and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. Now, in the matter of 9.01, Dr. Creswell,
Yes, sir.
what are your wishes on, we have 901 and 902?
Yes.
Let's
Yeah.
take up the matter of 901. Do you have any reason not to want this voted upon today?
No, sir.
Okay. What are the wishes of the board on 901? 90101.
move to approve. Sport.
Second O'Neill.
Second O'Neill. Let's vote on 90101.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes,
Dr. Valentine, Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
9 yeas, 1 abstention.
Dr. Creswell, in the matter of 90102, are you ready for a vote on that? Dr.
Kim's-
Creswell, losing?
You're
I'm
muted.
sorry, I was on mute. Yes, sir. I'm ready to move
Okay.
forward with that.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you.
I'm ready to move forward with that. Yes, sir.
You're ready to move forward with that.
Kim Sport moves to approve the termination of probation contained in the consent order while keeping all other ongoing requirements in place.
Second.
Thank you,
Weather.
Ms. Ford. Do we have a second? I believe Dr. Weather.
Yes.
Dr. Weather. Okay, you have that,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Creswell and Dr. Collada, as to what that exact motion
Yes,
was.
sir.
Okay, call the roll.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes,
Dr. Valentine, Dr. O'Neill,
Yeah, yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
9 yeas and 1 abstention.
We're almost through with this. I'm gonna give y'all a break for 5 minutes, maybe even 10.
File break.
But we need a the PMP quarterly compliance report that was given by Dr. Creswell to us. I need that to be approved.
Move approval O'Neill.
O'Neill,
second Sport.
second Sport, call the roll, Vincent, on the approval of the PMP quarterly compliance report.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes,
Dr. Valentine, Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
Dr. Donnelly, that passes. Thank y'all so much for your diligence and looking at all of these. Now, Dr. Collada has another portion of your report that you overlooked earlier.
I apologize. We filed for information so that you would know about it in the interest of transparency. A letter that Dr. Johnson and I sent to the governor. And I think it's on page 162. And I just want to let everybody know that that was sent, and so we want to make sure you know that that was done in evidence of transparency, that you know about it was sent in July.
Goodness, seemed like an eon ago. All right, so we are, any comments on that?
Excuse me.
Thank
Yes,
you very
I do.
much.
Got a hand up,
So,
Dr. Taylor.
Jim Taylor.
Yes, I think historically, if we've had something sent out between meetings, we would have this brought back to the board for ratification. And I would like to discuss a particular issue with this letter that I would like to go over with the board.
Sure, go right ahead.
I have some concerns as to what the board's jurisdiction is in sending this letter. As I look at our mission, our mission is protect and improve the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens through licensing, regulation, research, and disciplines of physicians and allied health professionals. Making statements regarding things like mask mandates, working from home, and closure state offices, I think we're benign, may or may not fit into that bailiwick. I do, though, have objection to including recommendations for mandatory vaccination. I do not think this board should be in the business of having an opinion, much less supporting mandatory vaccinations of citizens of the state. It has nothing to do with the practice of medicine from a standpoint of disease. And I have some deep concerns that this was put out under the board's.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else? Any other concerns? Whatever. Can I have a motion to ratify?
I'd like to make a motion to ratify the letter.
Second.
I'm sorry, the second was Dr. Weather.
Weather.
Thank you, Dr. Weather. Okay. On the motion to ratify the letter to the governor from July, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you.
Yes.
Yes. Dr. Clark,
No.
Dr. Ms. Sport,
No.
Dr. Valentine, Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
No.
you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeas, 3 nays. It is ratified.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, let's take a break it is now 2:45. We still have some very interesting issues to work through this afternoon. And at the end, we also have a hearing ongoing situation. So let's take, it is 2:45. How much time do y'all need? 10 minutes, 15?
2
Yeah.
minutes.
Hey,
Ken?
Dr. Johnson, Dr. Johnson, are we gonna come out of public session and go and do those discussions? Or are we doing them in public?
Where are we now?
You're in public.
In
session.
public.
You're in public.
You're gonna have to go back into executive session.
Yeah.
For those next things?
Yes.
Yes, we do. We
Okay,
will go
good.
back into executive session when we come back in
At 3 o'clock. Just
at 3 p.m. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because I got already get lost.
Me.
I just don't know whether we did this. We did this. Did we come to this?
That was approved.
John, if you can hear me, if you could mute everybody.
Alan, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Okey dokey. He's got us back, Alan.
Yeah.
You want to turn us back on and tell us how many folks we have?
Dr. Batson's back. I see him. He's in his office and unmuted. I see Dr. Rita. She's there with you all, obviously. Dr. Clark, you available? Miss Sport?
Yes, I am. I'm here. I was
Okay,
muted.
thank you. Okay. Miss Sport? Dr. Taylor, you back?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, thank you, Dr. Taylor. Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Weather? Dr. Weather.
All right, here.
All righty. I think we got Dr. Taylor, Dr. Thomas. God, I can't even say it. Dr. Thomas. Not hearing from Dr. Thomas yet. Looks like she
Ellen,
just-
did Dr. Thomas disconnect?
Yeah, it looks like she disconnected. Not sure if that was on purpose or not, but everybody else, besides her and Dr. Valentine, who dropped off earlier as well. So
Well, I can help her get in the room if you guys want to go.
yeah,
ahead
if she
and
comes back.
do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Dr. Johnson.
Okay, thank you so much, Alan. We are back in. Vincent, you call the roll if you would. See who we have, make sure that we have quorum.
Roll call. Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Here,
Dr. Horton,
Here,
Dr. Batson. And Dr. Batson.
Here,
Okay, Dr. Thomas. Dr. Clark,
Here.
Ms. Ford,
Here.
Dr. Valentine. Dr. O'Neill,
Here.
Dr. Taylor,
Here.
okay, you do not have two people, you don't have Dr. Thomas and Dr. Valentine.
but we do have a
You have a
quorum.
quorum, yes.
Okay, maybe they'll come back soon.
Yeah, if
because
they
this
connect
is-
back, we'll get them in.
Pardon?
If they connect back, we'll get them into the next session.
Okay, now, what we need to do now is to have a motion. We're in open session. Is that correct,
You need to
Alan?
move, you're currently
Yes,
in
sir.
executive session. I mean, your open session, you move to
Right.
executive session.
Exactly. So I need a motion to go into executive session.
So moved. Clark.
Dr. Clark,
Second. Ford.
Dr. Horton seconds it. Let's take a vote, Vincent.
To go into executive session, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Horton.
yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes.
Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine, Dr. O'Neill,
Yep.
Dr. Taylor, Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Okay, you have two abstentions, 8 present, you have a quorum.
Thank
Yes.
you so much. So Alan, if you would move us into executive room now. Are we there yet, or? No.
Not yet. And this is for
Okay,
full
good.
executive session, or is
That's
this
one thing
the,
I get, you have to help me on.
not yet? Is this the
Yes.
full executive session, or is this,
Yes, it is, Alan. It is.
okay, then give me one more minute. I gotta finish fixing that.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Nella? Just look at this real quick. See, if I press this and it says.
You want to put join meeting?
Already
Start
did.
video. You have to start the video. That's you. Is that you?
No, it's James Coolman, whoever that is. I don't know who that is.
Well, he's the other person that's on.
Hey there, can I help you with something?
No, sir, this is Judge Everett. I'm waiting to join the Zoom meeting.
Gotcha. Okay, just hang tight. You're in the right spot.
Thank you.
Judge, I just let the guys in the executive session know that you were here and waiting.
Okie doke. Thanks for your help.
Have one more matter. They said, can you just hang around? I said, got it.
Well, Judge Everett, I thought they were all coming out. A bunch of people popped out, and then a lot of them jumped right back in again. I thought they were gonna do something for you. Alan Phillips, the director of IT, is in the executive session right now with the board members, and I've been talking with him. He said he's gonna pull you in as soon as they're ready.
That's great. I just got a text from Mary Payton. She said, just hang on, it won't be long.
Good deal. I hate to just make you wait, so I was just want to let you know.
I appreciate you letting me know. Thanks again.
All right, James, if you could remove the banner, please. Thank you. And Dr. Johnson, you are muted again.
All right, the banner's gone.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Johnson, we're back in public session. You're good to go.
We're in public session. Mary, would you check to see if we have a quorum now, please? Or Alan, whoever.
Yeah, let me, 1,
8, we have 8.
6, 7. Yes, we have 7.
Okay, then I can entertain a motion to approve the resolution for board recusal and DOI recusal for case number 2021.
Actually, eight are involved now, so we're good.
Dr. Horton so moves. Can I have a second?
Second, Clark.
Dr. Clark. All right. Mary, can you call the roll on this?
Yes. All right. Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Batson,
yes,
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
and
Dr. Taylor?
Dr. Taylor, thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine, Dr. Weather. Okay, did I get everybody?
Horton,
Dr. Horton?
I'm sorry, Dr. Horton. I saw you at the front and I should have got it then.
yes.
Thank you.
Dr. O'Neill?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did O'Neill.
I think you got me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What was the answer, just in case, Dr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, I think that's 7 yeas, 2 are absent. And so that passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, Mary, I have a question for you.
Mhm.
That takes care of most of our business as such, other than an ongoing situation, which is with a separate panel of folks.
Yeah, so we have a
Including the
reconsideration. Right, we have a
So should we
reconsideration that's on the
adjourn this
docket.
meeting, or is this still part of a meeting? Or how would you prefer us to do this?
I think you can vote to go back into executive session. Judge Everett will be present with that. Everyone else
And
will.
just use the folks that are involved.
That's correct. But I believe
Okay.
we need to get Dr.
Okay,
Weather
then
back
I
on the
need
phone.
then I need a motion to go back into executive session.
Move to go back into executive
Second,
session.
Thomas.
Terry Thomas seconds. Without objection, we're going back into executive session. Now,
Give me a minute.
Alan, this
Yes.
is for a different group of people, because some people, this is issue 110003.
Yeah.
And this is, several people are recused from this. I believe Dr. O'Neill and Dr. Clark for sure. And we need to have enough folks to have this panel decide whatever the judge says as to what we need on numbers and all. I'm pretty sure we need, if you have Dr. Weather back on board.
I've asked Jacinta to give him a call. Could we
Yes,
maybe
please
take a
get him
5-minute?
on board.
Could we maybe take a 5-minute break and allow that to
Yes,
happen
we
first?
can.
Okay.
We can take 5 minutes now. We have several people that have other issues that need to be out of here before too long. So it's only 5, and please find Dr. Weather. Thank you,
Okay.
Mary.
All right.
Absolutely.
So I'm recluse, so I'll see you guys next month.
Have a good
Bye,
one.
thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Neill.
Take care.
See you later.
I'm missing you already.
Mary, do you want me to stay on or am I off?
You'll be off, but if you have Dr. Weathers' number, or if anybody has Dr. Weathers' number, if anybody would email that to Jacinta, that would be great. I don't know that she's got it. She may, I'm not sure how she's participating given the hurricane, and I think she's currently in Baton Rouge. So.
Let me just call them and tell them to log back on.
That would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
All right, no problem.
So because this last item number is not something that the board is going to be coming back out to vote on, as to everybody that's not a board member, we can end the meeting upon Dr. Johnson's decision to do that.
Well, can I do that? In executive session?
Yeah. I
don't
just
know
tried
if I
to call
can adjourn
Dr.
it.
and I
No,
left
but
him
we're
a
in,
message.
What I was asking before we went into executive session.
Well, my point is just that the other people no longer really need to be on the phone call.
I totally
Right,
get
but
it.
they'll
That's
have to
why
come
I
back.
asked if I should
Won't they have to,
adjourn.
won't they have to come back into public, then move to adjourn?
That's probably true. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
that's
just
what
talking
I'm
about the folks that are on the
Right,
call.
all of
though,
us can hop off.
don't
but
need to be on, right?
The last few of y'all still standing will have to come in just long enough to adjourn.
That'll be fine. Everybody else can skedaddle, I guess. We'll just stay where we are and find weather. We need weather.
Yeah, I just called and left him a message. He didn't answer the phone and Mary,
Oh, no,
I
not
sent
good.
him your contact info.
Thank you for that.
I sent you his contact info.
Yes, I see that. Thank you. I'll try again.
If I'm not needed, I'm gonna hop off, guys, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, you
Okay.
have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Thank you. Same to you.
Okay, I've sent Dr. Weather a text asking if he could rejoin the meeting.
Is the judge on, Mary?
Yes, he is.
Hey, Judge, how you doing? Thank you so much for your help.
How are you, Dr. Johnson? It's good to see you.
Well, I don't know, but I'm hanging in there.
There you
A meeting with computers and a day with Vincent Collada. Thank God for Rita Hart. I have my psychiatrist right here with me.
I
We're all gonna
understand.
hold hands and have groups.
So, do you want me to bring it up, Mary, or do you want to explain to the judge where we are right now without weather? Mary? See if am I on a?
She's muted. You're good. She's muted.
Dr.
Mary?
Johnson,
Yep, we are still in public session.
Yes.
Okay, so can you go take us to, can I have a motion to go to
So moved.
executive session, please?
So moved, Thomas.
Sports
Mary.
seconds.
Rita, can you second that?
Miss Sport did.
Oh, Ms. Porter, okay. Okay. Without, is anybody against going into executive session? Yes, not. So without that, can you move us to executive session in the room with who needs to be there for this issue? Please.
Dr. Johnson, I think the only people that need to be in the meeting in the executive session are those persons who voted on this matter in the first place.
That's what I've asked them to try to accomplish, Judge. Alan,
All right, Dr. Johnson.
do you have us in the?
Not yet. I just got a call from Dr. Weather. He said he since we kind of ran over, he had a patient that he had to see, but he's going to try to join as soon as he can.
That is such good news. Okay, we're gonna get the judge. I'm gonna ask the judge a question once Dr. Weather gets here, or maybe we could go ahead and ask it. As you know, Judge.
We're not in executive session.
Oh, okay. Very good.
I will bring us over there and then I can bring Dr. Weather in once he joins.
Perfect.
All right, give me 1 minute.
Dr. Batson, I think Alan might have missed you. Let me check with him real quick. He might be able to pull you into the executive session.
Hello.
Hey there, Dr. Weather. I just let
Yeah,
Alan know you were over here and they should be pulling you in pretty soon.
All right, great, thank you.
Dr. Batson, Alan said you can actually leave for the day. The hearing is one, I'm not sure why, but he said you don't need to stay.
Okay.
Gracias. Good luck.
Yep. So have a good afternoon, Dr. Batson.
Thank you.
Hey there, Alan. So is it still going on?